Well, good morning, everybody. Better Woods,
Good
97.
morning, everybody.
Good morning, my people. We watch it like 50 times a day in my house. That's Juan Soto, of course.
How we doing?
How we doing? It's Ben and Woods. It's Monday, March 13th, 2023. And you're listening to our program on 97.3 The Fan. Many of you are watching on YouTube. I am Woodsy. That's Paul Reindl. He is our executive producer. Good morning, Paulie.
Good morning.
And Benjamin Higgins, your friendly neighborhood sports anchor, is here as well. Good morning, Benjamin.
Good morning. YouTube chat is about morning coffee already.
Oh, they're already talking about it.
Yeah. Starbucks, Dutch Brothers. What do you get? I go with the app 99-cent McCafe, just black coffee. Well, I put a creamer in it, but just regular coffee usually.
It's interesting you bring up coffee this morning, too, because our very own Paul Reindl had a bit of a coffee mishap to get Monday going. Paulie, tell everybody what you did.
I'm going to go ahead and just preemptively blame the time change on this one. Still a little early, but yeah. You ever start the Keurig machine without the cup, the mug under? Yeah.
Oh no.
I had the thermos and I washed it out and was ready to go. And then I just kept hearing like the dripping onto the countertop and go, oh.
I did it with a whole coffee maker, not just a Keurig 1 cup once. So.
Like a pot?
Yeah, pots. Where's the pot?
But there was no pot.
No pot. Brewing into the.
Yeah, luckily the catch-all, the tray or whatever was still in place and caught, I don't know, 7 or 8 of the 12 ounces of coffee I was pouring. And then I had to do the delicate walk over. It's like a 6-foot walk to the sink, and I'm just like, get there. There's like a tiny bit of hot coffee spilled onto my hands.
It's lapping over the side like a boat. You're like, oh God. I never can make the transition either.
You're trying to remember what you learned about surface tension in high school.
You're like, dude, just
a little bit higher than the top, but somehow it's not spilling if I don't move it at all.
It was like 4:45. I just looked over the clock and just said,
it's tough, dude. Al, look, morning radio show hosts are some of the only people in the country that hate the time change. And I bitch about it every year. For me, too, the morning sucks. It sucks. I feel like death right now. That said,
I was feeling fine up until the coffee episode.
The other thing that really is awful for me is I lose my nights. I lose a little bit of my nights because guess who stays up a little bit later now because it's stark bright outside? My children, my 5-year-old and my 2-year-old. It's 7:00 last night, which is normally when it's like Taylor will get his ass to bed about 6:30, 6:45 some nights, which is great. And then Bo will go down right after. And then you feel like you have the night. So I look up last night and I'm like, oh, cool. It's 7:30. So then by the time I get them down, it's 8. And I've lost an hour of my evening because I have to get in bed and rest my brain and to be able to come in and do this. And so I just was like, this sucks. I hate it. And I'll get used to it. Like the rule changes in baseball. I will adapt. I will get used to it at some point. But it really is jarring the first couple of days. And while we're on the topic, Ben, you don't even know this. Paulie, I teased him last night a little bit with I did it again. I have a new.
There could be so many directions where I did it again went. My first thought was he fell out of a hammock and banged his head again.
I only did that wasn't one time.
Well, that's why this would be again if you did it again.
All right. Let's play 20 questions. So it wasn't a hammock.
All right. So did it involve personal injury?
No.
Okay. Let's see. Did it involve authorities or the law in some way?
Absolutely not.
Not. Okay. Did it involve gastric distress?
No.
All right. Maybe I'm being too generic or too specific.
Well, all these are things that I go through on it.
These have all happened.
Things that has happened to Woods again.
What is something that I am almost notorious for? We've talked about it recently. I'll give you that hint.
Did it involve you being petty or bitter about something?
I mean, that's very standard. Yeah, I can just go ahead and say yes for that.
Okay.
But no, this is something that it's a habit of mine. It's something that I've been doing that I do from time to time. And I'll give you another hint: sleep or lack thereof.
Sleep or lack thereof.
See, it's funny. I said to Paulie, I did it again.
And he immediately
He
knew what it was.
And he goes, I'll fill you in on what I bought
What you bought
tomorrow, which is today. I did the old Ambien purchase got me again.
Oh, you did it again. You bought something on
You
Ambien.
get hopped up on Ambien.
Yeah.
You open up Amazon, Instagram.
Is what gets me every single time. Targeted Instagram ads got me again. My wife came in yesterday with a box about the size of a case of beer. She goes, "What is this?" And I said, "What is it?" And she said, "Slate milk." I go, "What?" And she goes, "It's made out to you. It says Slate milk on it."
Slate milk.
I go, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I'm trying to watch this game. You're breaking my balls. What is it? She's like, "It's made out to you. It's from Slate milk. What did you buy?" I go,
You milk a slate, Greg?
I go, what? I go, I'm not hiding anything from you. I don't know what you're talking about. And so we go into the kitchen and I open it up and there's a case of Slate milk. It's right here.
Slate milk.
Slate classic chocolate ultra filtered milk in like a Red Bull can. And I go,
What the hell?
I didn't buy this. So the email address that's attached to my PayPal is my Gmail account, which I never use. I never use it. It was set up for a radio show I used to produce and host, my Lost Weekend show, which was an alt country show. I never check it. I get 1,000 spam emails a day to it. I never look at it. So I pull it up last night. I go, oh, yep, there it is. Monday night, 9:40 p.m. I was on Instagram, and here it is. It's Slate classic chocolate, ultra filtered milk, lactose free, 20 grams of protein, 110 calories, 0 grams of added sugar.
You bought cans of chocolate milk.
I bought cans of chocolate milk.
This is last Monday night.
Monday night, a week ago tonight at 9:40 p.m. I ordered a case of this. Probably because it was like, it was probably some meathead. And he's, "You know how I lost weight? I drink Slate chocolate milk with 20 grams of protein. It tastes amazing." And so I like chocolate milk. I like protein drinks. And I bought it. And so I was like, all right, well, it says, it's in a can. It says,
I hope it's not carbonated.
it says shake gently,
Okay.
crack slowly. Our drinks are ultra excited to jump right out of their cans and help you crush your day. Make sure to give them a little shake and crack with care, then shamelessly chug away.
The last thing you want to be is covered in chocolate milk all morning. So,
All right, so
there you go.
You first.
No, thank you.
Try it. It's not heroin. No, hey, Ben, take a bump of this. It's just chocolate milk.
It's chocolate milk with a bit of a healthy taste,
It's
some
a taste-
sort.
Taste health. You want to try it, Paulie?
No.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely taste the. It's not rich and creamy. It's more of a.
Like it's just like filled with aspartame,
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah, well, that was 0 grams of added sugar
Well,
part of it. That
I've got 19 more of them where that
All right,
came
good.
from
There you
if
go.
anybody needs them. So I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Oh, by the way, take a guess on what would you pay for a case of chocolate
Ooh,
milk
is it
at your,
20?
at your
20
local grocery
20
store?
of those cans of chocolate milk.
I'm gonna say
It wasn't 20. Actually, it's 12.
Well, that's
okay,
it.
that changes things.
Yeah.
$39.99.
No. That's tiny can. If you paid more than $19.99, you're
It
getting
was
ripped off.
$40.
Wow.
$40. I have pissed away on Slate's chocolate
On
milk.
12 tiny cans
By
of
the
chocolate
way,
milk.
It tastes not great. It
No.
doesn't taste great.
It's not great. Not great at all.
Not great at all. She looked at me. She's like, "You are
I want to see the ad now that got
such
you.
an idiot." Yeah, if you could find the Slate chocolate milk ad, but it
It's probably like, hey, add 40 yards to your drive with this.
It reeled me
like,
in.
oh, that sounds great.
It is so, I'm the worst. That sleep aid, I have to get off of it because I can't afford it. Okay. Thing is, you sleep really, really good once you actually fall asleep. It's the lead in from taking it to when I'd have to, somebody has to take my phone from me. Who knows what's next? But Instagram, there's a guy that makes Instagram targeted ads. He's like, this MFer again. I got him. You guys, I got him again. I got him again.
He's like employee of the year at Instagram.
This dumb bastard will buy anything that we put up on Instagram. I get a case of milk. I'm like, what am I doing? What am I doing? So times are hard, man. I spent $40 on a case of canned milk.
Speaking of what are you doing, the other question on the YouTube stream this morning is what happened to your face?
I shaved.
It's gone. All the hair on your face is gone.
It's very jarring.
It is.
It's jarring. I look like a loan shark or like a deviant. Or my kids last night, Bo goes, Dad, I hate it. I hate your face, was a quote. And I said, I don't know what I did. I just wanted to, like,
just reset.
Just like a reset.
It'll come back.
Yeah. And it looks terrible. It looks horrible. My wife hates it. Everything sucks, basically, is what I'm trying to say at this point. But at least I have 20 grams of protein. I mean, I have to drink these now. I can't waste.
No, you have to use them all the way up.
God. I mean, I'll get used to it, I guess. No protein drink really tastes all that great. But protein, very important. Very important.
Maybe this is the key to getting healthy. This is it.
Stupid.
This is finally you found the key to getting healthy.
So stupid. Chocolate milk in a can. It's like, what are you doing, dude? So, all right, I'm gonna have to kick the
Slate's a weird word for it.
I mean, well, yeah. I mean, I don't know what I was thinking. I do know what I was thinking. I was like, this will be great. A little protein on the go. Paulie and I were talking about Paulie drinks the pure proteins. I like those. Those are pretty tasty, but I never go to Premier protein. Those are good. Yeah. I never go to Costco, and you can buy those by the truckload there.
Yeah.
I've told my wife, I'm going to have to start making at least one, maybe one every other week, maybe a Costco run. You do a Costco run every week, Ben. You do one every week, right?
We're every other week, 2 weeks, I'd say.
Yeah, maybe every 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. So now I've got on Instagram targeted ads. I've got a case of Peter Luger's steak. That wasn't Instagram. That I went to their website because I was watching Sopranos. But I bought a case of Peter Luger's steak sauce. You couldn't eat a 12 bottle. Yeah. I mean,
no way.
Your heart would explode before you finished your bottles. I bought a picnic set, and I bought a Joe Frazier sweatshirt off of Instagram, and now Slate
canned chocolate.
Why Slate?
It's
delicious.
The best. By the way, if you own a business and you want us to promote your business as well as I've promoted Slate, we could do that. This product place on the
Woods' ambient purchases. It can be like a segment on the show every single week. We've got a lot of good segments.
When I'm on
today.
Ambien, I go to 7 Mile Casino.
We've got a ton to talk about.
Ambien and drive.
Had a fun show outing Saturday night. We all went out to the Loyal game and saw their home opener. We can talk about that was fun to see everybody, all the locals out there, and a win for the Loyal. We have the brackets in the NCAA tournament revealed. The field of 68, San Diego State getting a 5 seed yesterday.
We have so much to talk about, and I know what we're going to do. We're going to blow all of it today, and then tomorrow we'll be like, what should we talk about tomorrow? There's so much to talk about in sports. It's almost overwhelming with how much we have to get to.
Baseball Classic, Team USA spanked by Mexico last night.
Saturday legit felt weird because for the first time in a long time, from start to finish, there were sports on. When I woke up, WBC
all day,
WBC all day long up until the Aztec game at 3:00, and then there was more WBC that night when we got home from the local Loyal game.
I mean, I was watching Seals on my phone. I'm like, this is too much. It's just too much. So I'm sure we will blow the whole thing today, and then the rest of the shows this week will be terrible. But this today is going to be a lot of fun. We have a lot to get to.
Obviously, lots of Padres talk from the weekend as well. Get you caught up on what's happening out in spring training as we are now Just about 2.5 weeks away from opening day, getting closer and closer. We'll get into all of it coming up. Listener Maggie won a Daily Diddy selection, so her pick to start the week coming up next, and then we'll get into it. Good morning, everybody. I know, tough one. Everybody getting up at the time change. It feels earlier. It is earlier, even though the clock says 6:15. It is definitely an early one with Ben and Woods. See how that traffic is looking this morning. Get first looks from Kelly here, and then back with more on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Tier 1 Maggie selection for the Daily Ditty today. Tom Morello and the Bloody Beetroots. The song is Lightning Over Mexico. And I've got a feeling on why she picked that song last night after the USA got completely bodied by the Mexican team in the WBC.
Congratulations to them.
No doubt, man. What an interesting game. We had a ton of tier ones rooting for Mexico last night. And again, I've said it before, and people have gotten mad at me. I look at the USA roster, and it doesn't get me excited about Team USA. I look at the Team USA jerseys, and I go, oh, my God. Then you see the Mexico jerseys last night, the shiny name and number on the back.
It was awesome.
Oh, they look so clean. I mean, just the cleanest unis I've ever seen. They look so good, and
when Great Britain sets the bar, it's not that hard to.
Great Britain looks like, dude, we need uniforms now. I forgot to order uniforms.
You left them over there?
Let's just make some here. They're horrible. But anyway, that was Tom Morello, and you know who Tom Morello is? Does that ring any bells for you, Ben?
Tom Morello, definitely. The name sounds familiar.
Tom Morello is the one of the most innovative guitar players maybe ever, but he was in Rage Against the Machine. He was the guitar player for Rage Against the Machine, Audio Slave. He's got a good solo career as well, and he makes sounds out of the guitar that most guitar players, myself included, you watch him play and you go, all right, never mind. Why would I even try? Because the things he's able to do is really truly next level. So thank you, Maggie. Great pick.
My son was at that game last night at Chase Field, went over the weekend to attend. He attended 3 of the World Baseball Classic games in Arizona.
It's unbelievable.
Before the game, I tweeted it out, though. He was my source. He said, it was about 25 minutes before the game, he said, I just saw Joe Musgrove. He's here. He's wearing a Nick Martinez jersey supporting Nick. And I thought that was really cool. We were saying it off the air. Joe is just, he's a good guy. He's a good family guy. He's a great teammate.
Yeah.
He's a great leader.
We're lucky.
He's great on the air when he comes on the radio. He's just such a solid all-around baseball and person just combined into one package.
We are extremely, extremely lucky to have Joe Musgrove on our baseball team, in our lives, back in San Diego where he was born and raised. And if you haven't gotten a chance to see the spotlight, I know many of you out there don't have Bally's. If there's a way to find the spotlight that I was
looking for it to either record to the cable box to watch later, or find it online or on the Bally's app. I could not find it. I watched it just after a spring training game or something last week, but it's been hard to find on demand.
It's number one. All those spotlights that they do are great. It's why, as a family, now talk to me in June after they've been replaying the same ones. We're like, oh my God, I can see this one again. That being said, the spotlight that they did on Joe, it'll make you cry. I'm pretty soft, so a lot makes me cry, but that one got me really good. It's fathers, it's sons, it's baseball. It's being unsure of your talent, your ability, losing your way a little bit. At a time in his life when his dad was really ill. It's family, it's the sisters, it's the mom. Bro, I'm watching this, and you see how he interacts with fans. You see how active he is in the community. You see him putting on a Nick Martinez jersey last night and going to watch his buddy pitch. It's just, that's a different level of person. It's just a different level.
But he's also as intense as it comes.
Correct.
The workouts underwater, and
then by the way, they go back and they revisit the no-hitter on this much maligned franchise that had never had a no-hitter. Had gotten close a couple of times, and then you watch that guy do it again, and you get to relive that moment that we all just lost our minds. One of those times you'll never forget where you were. You'll never forget that moment. The ground ball to Ha-Seong Kim, he's going to get it. And it's just, he's just a really, really well done piece of video on a really great human being.
Unfortunately, Nick Martinez took the loss yesterday. Started out the game, gave up an infield single to Randy Arozarena. He was originally called out. They went to a long replay review, called him safe on the review, and then he was safe.
Yeah.
It was the right call. But then Arozarena was, trying to steal, and I don't know if Nick Martinez was worried about the base runner, but he laid one right in there to Joey Meneses, who had a 2-run homer. After that, he settled in, went 2 2/3 innings, gave up one more run. Wasn't the worst pitcher by any stretch of the imagination. Brady Singer gave up 4 runs. Daniel Bard gave up 4 runs in just 2/3 of an inning. But Meneses hit another 3-run homer. He was the hero last night for Team Mexico in what ended up being an 11-5 win. If you didn't stay up late, that one went deep into the night. But now the United States drops to 1-1. They still have really their control of their own destiny. If they win their next 2 games, they'll be in. But, now a little bit nervous, a little more pressure for Team USA. They can't afford any more mess ups if they want to make sure they advance into the knockout round at the World Baseball Classic.
Guys, call me crazy, but is Team USA not the perfect example of you don't just win games on paper? And it's kind of parallel to what we're about to go through with the San Diego Padres this season. Am I wrong? You look at our lineup, you look at our defense, you go, whoo, mamacita. All right. I love you, Darvish and Blake Snell and Joe Musgrove at the top. I love what I've seen from a couple of guys, gonna earn their way into the rotation. We should roll over people. There is no guarantee in this game. There's no guarantee. The USA, with that lineup that they're running out there, Ben, massive target. They're tweeting out, loaded. There's no lineup like this in baseball. And Team Mexico goes, oh, okay, cool. And they go out and they lay the wood to us. And I think I'm not saying that that's going to happen to the Padres in the regular season, but it's such a good reminder that baseball sucks. And you just never know. And I'm so glad I don't bet. I think I would have lost almost every game in the WBC so far. I think I would have lost every game.
The Dominican Republic, you could say the same thing about their loaded 100%. Lineup, and they got shut down. Juan Soto had a couple of hits and double, but they got shut down by Venezuela. They've been the story of the tournament so far. Unbelievable. Venezuela's been incredible. Ha-Seong Kim had a couple of home runs this weekend. Korea just won 22-2 a few minutes ago against China. But that wild pool that had all 5 teams ended up 2-2. Italy and Cuba end up advancing out of that pool A, while Chinese Taipei goes 2-2, and they get relegated to have to qualify next time, just all on tiebreakers at the end. So anything can happen. It's 4 baseball games. It's not 162 game season. It's not even a best of 7 series. It's 4 baseball games. Pretty much anything can happen here in the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, and again, I think it's a good reminder that just because you have a really, really loaded lineup out there, that other teams are going to be gunning for you. And I think for the first time in their history ever, the San Diego Padres are that team where you look at and go, oh, all this hype. Oh, look at the hype machine rolling into San Diego. Oh, 40,000 people filling out Petco Park. Let's take it to these guys tonight. It's going to be different.
Now, I think if the United States and Mexico play 10 times, I think the United States should win 6 or 7 of them.
I mean,
but
yeah.
It's one game, and Mexico had it going last night.
Save this because I do want to talk about roster construction and more WBC. We're going to be joined by our buddy Jordan Schusterman. He's a part of the brilliant Cespedes Barbecue podcast and Twitter feed, and we've had Jordan on before. That guy. They are so into the WBC. We'll be able to talk a little bit more about it with him.
Jordan and all of our guests will be on at 8:35. Appear on the Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad fan hotline. Save money the right way with Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad. Visit them today in the Carlsbad Auto Mall. Chevrolet, find new roads. When we come back, sad news out of Padres spring training. I think sad is the right way to put it. It probably won't affect the season too much, but I was really bummed to see what happened over the weekend to your San Diego Padres. Also, maybe some first thoughts on the Aztecs in the NCAA tournament and where they are seated and where they are headed. I think both good news and bad news for San Diego State and their fans. So we'll get to all of that coming up. It is Monday morning. Glad to have you with us on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. It's that brackety time of the year. College basketball, of course, but also the Ben and Woods Tournament of Drops. We did all the seeding.
It's a big day
on Friday, and coming up at 8 o'clock, we will reveal the first 8 of our first round matchups from the Ben and the Paul regions. The Woods and Adam regions will come tomorrow in the first round, and then you'll be able to go to our Twitter page and vote.
So I got relegated with Adam.
You're not relegated. You're just it's day 1, day 2.
I'm
you have to do half of them one day and half of them the other day. They're not. It's not like better or worse.
Ben
or
and Paul and
more
Woods
important.
and Adam.
It's just one on the left side or the top half, and then the bottom half or the left half
Me
and the
and
right half.
Huh. I got a bad draw.
That means
I got a bad draw out of the chute.
That means the champion of your bracket will meet the champion of the Adam bracket in the final 4.
Oh, I like it then.
It's gonna be
It's
dicey. If you look,
it's gnarly.
if it's all chalk, if the number 1 seeds all advance,
Yes.
the left side of the bracket, Ben and Paul regions would have Carving Guy. Have you tried the lasagna yet? Going up against Carving Guy. Did you catch the game last night?
Wow.
My guess is a Carving Guy drop will represent the left half of the bracket.
The chalk.
Correct.
Someone. It's going to be tough to beat both of those.
Oh,
and
yeah.
go all the
And
way
then
through.
the other 2 final 4 teams, if it's chalk, would be the 1 seed from the Woods region. Can I get a ho yeah from Bo and Taylor?
Pretty good.
And then the Adam region was it extra sweet because it was against the Dodgers.
Jesus God.
That could be a sensational matchup, but it never ends up being chalk. There's always some upsets.
always upsets.
There's always upsets in the tournament and the tournament of drops.
Man.
Just gonna have to wait and see.
I love the tournament of drops. I was kind of out on it last year, and I'm all the way back in on it. And I think because we got so many good drops this year, I feel like we were really scrounging last year.
Thank God for that Carving Guy video.
The Carving Guy video is the greatest thing to happen to this program ever. Ever. Who won last year? Bo won year 1.
Bo won year 1. Last year was
I have it somewhere.
who was last
Who was
year?
last
Oh,
year?
it was a 3 versus a 3
Yeah, see?
Wow.
in the finals, and Ben saying Pound Town lost to Don Orsillo with Now We're Gonna Fight.
And
Now
now
we're
we're
gonna
gonna fight. That one, I remember I was upset about that last year. I didn't think that should have been the winner, but hey, listen, it's up to the tier 1s.
The other final 4 teams of last year's bracket were Ben's Stomach Noise
Oh,
and Are You Laughing, Biatch.
that's the one I wanted, and I was very
I think you were-
upset.
Yeah,
That was upset.
You were
that
all
one
in on that
lost.
one.
Yeah.
The whole at home bracketologists are already mad. I got a tier 1 who DM'd me and said, "How did you leave Adam Jones out of the field?"
Calling us fat
Yeah.
bastards. Maybe because we're tired of being called fat
Or
bastards.
maybe that we made a mistake. The people putting together the brackets always make a mistake
Of
or two.
course.
It got
Yeah.
snubbed.
You know,
It was a
people
snub.
were outraged that 4 Mountain West teams got into the tournament this year. Nevada, everyone said, "Oh, they're going to the NIT after they lost in the Mountain West tournament," but they got in. They're in a play-in game against Arizona State. 4 Mountain West teams make it. That was a big shocker on Selection Sunday yesterday.
I'm excited to have you, Ben, explain. When do you want to do that? I'd like to do a whole
7:35. Yeah.
Ben's going to Ben explain the entire thing. Because I'll be honest with you, I was not watching Selection Sunday. I did not. I followed Twitter to see where the Aztecs
and
went.
thank God the Aztecs were in the very first bracket, the first region, and they were like the 3rd game or something.
I think they were the 5th team announced. So they had the first 4, the 1, 16, 8, 9, and then the 5th seed in the South came up, and it was right away San Diego State. In fact, the Aztecs players, you know how they gather to watch the reveal? A couple of them weren't even paying attention. They were still looking at their phones like, we're so early, it's not going to be us.
It was like
It's not gonna be us
3:04
yet.
p.m.
It's like,
and I
wait,
just went,
what?
All
San
right.
Diego State, it's us.
So they don't have like a docket. It's just random.
You could be anywhere. They knew they were in, but it could be anywhere in the 68. I mean, they figure they're probably looking at the 5 and the 6 seeds when they come out.
Yeah.
But it's just usually I've been to a few of those, and it always feels like San Diego State.
They're in the last
one of the last
region.
ones to be announced. There's no reason why that would be true. They were according to the committee though, they were the number 1 5 seed.
Good.
So they almost got a 4 seed. They're 17th overall seed in the country for San Diego State. And I know the reaction yesterday was, wow, that's a really tough matchup. College of Charleston went 31-3. Here's my tease. I disagree with the majority of people who
You're getting
of what they said.
Ahead of yourself.
All right.
I was worried about that today.
I saw two quotes that I really liked this weekend from Padres camp in spring training. Get to those and the sad news out of camp as well after a check of traffic here on 97.3 The Fan.
From the premier Buick GMC of Carlsbad Traffic Center, part of the Premier Auto family, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by the San Diego County Sheriff's Department. A couple problems along westbound 52. One is a crash just before Mast Boulevard. It's over the right shoulder. And watch out for a stalled vehicle up ahead. Westbound 52 right at the southbound 5 connector. It's over the right shoulder of the transition ramp. The San Diego County Sheriff's Department is working hard to keep San Diego safe and is now hiring. The Sheriff's Department offers rewarding careers with growth and has an opportunity for anyone with integrity that wants to make a difference. Go to joinsdsheriff.net to learn more. That's joinsdsheriff.net. I'm Kelly Danick, Ben and Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
This hour on Ben and Woods brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. You're keeping up with updated traffic and weather, but are you doing the same when it comes to COVID-19? Sign up now for reliable info on COVID-19 and a vaccine option, resources, and more at PfizerCovid19.com, sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech. So the sad news, get it out of the way first. It's heard, Craig Stammen had a shoulder injury, and they said, it might not be as bad as they feared. It's not good.
He suffered the injury. So this is the weird part. You guys remember, we did like a whole Craig Stammen segment on Friday.
Yeah.
I felt pretty bad because I was the one saying, hey, I didn't go so far as to say we've moved beyond the need for a Craig Stammen, because everyone was making the case, Ben, that if you have Craig Stammen in the bullpen, he can be effective at times. That being said, the old we need a guy for veteran leadership in the bullpen felt like a little bit of the Padres of behind us. And I thought to myself, we've got enough arms, enough young talent, there's enough veteran leadership to where you don't want to put a guy on the roster just for that move. We're not there anymore.
He was throwing so well, though.
But he was pitching well.
He was at least
training.
making the argument that maybe he deserved a spot.
No question. There's no question. He came back on a minor league deal, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yep, correct.
Came back on a minor league deal. And sure, man, you see that and you go, hey, if you're effective, then great. Andy Green, that was his guy. That was his #1 dude. He went to Stammen so much that he became, quite ineffective. Everyone was seeing him all the time. He ended up starting that playoff game for us in 2020 and getting the job done. And yeah, man, there's been some moments with Craig Stammen, certainly. But in my mind on Friday when we were talking about it, it was, I don't want to put a guy on the roster just to have the dad of the bullpen anymore. And then I felt terrible because he got injured that day, came off the mound with some trainers. But then I saw a piece by Kevin Acee that said, it's actually not as bad as they thought. And then 24 hours later, it was, this is the end for Craig Stammen. Yeah. And I was like, oh, God, the old Ben and Woods curse strikes again.
Ruptured shoulder capsule. And while Craig said, no. I'm not announcing my retirement. I'm pretty realistic that this is probably it. It's a months and months and months recovery. And if he has surgery, it's even longer. So it just doesn't seem like there's an avenue for him to come back, which is a bummer. Now, veteran leadership, do you have to be going out onto the field? I'm sure the Padres will try to find a place for him,
have him around
in the organization, to have him around. It seems like it would be silly to just say, hey, bye, Craig, see you later, and then never talk to him again. He's just too well liked and respected. You can still offer some of that leadership. I know it means more from a guy when you're actually out there competing, but that's why you have coaches and they can give their experience to the younger players as well without actually having to go and pitch 50 innings over the course of a season.
Well, and it's not like they haven't seen him out there competing before. It's not like hey, we're going to bring in, a guy from a different organization for veteran leadership that's not pitching. He's there. He's a Padre. It's part of the fabric of who he is. And he is a really, really good dude. And yeah, man, for a guy with that kind of career, you want him to be able to walk away on his terms, and clearly it's not on his terms. It's due to injury, and that's a bummer.
But it does open up maybe a spot, or at least makes you don't have to make that decision of knocking someone off the 40-man roster. If he signs a minor league deal, you're gonna have to pick someone to take his spot if you want to put him on the roster. Jay Groom threw another 4 scoreless innings on Friday in a 1-0 loss to the Royals. He's continuing to push for either a spot in the rotation or at least a long bullpen kind of flex option. But my two favorite quotes of the weekend both came on Saturday.
I think I know where you're going.
The first one was from Fernando Tatis Jr. I remember how to hit after going 0 for spring training. I had 2 hits on Saturday against the White Sox, drove the ball well, double, single. First came off Mike Clevenger up the middle, and then really roped a double to go 2 for 3. And afterwards, I think just in a small little, I mean, it was probably directed at people like, me, who were just, wondering when it was going to happen. He was like, I remember how to hit, everybody. I haven't forgotten how to do it. And he certainly erased any of the questions.
I
and
wish he would
doubts.
have just looked right into the camera. And hey, Ben Higgins.
I remember.
I remember how
I
to
remember
hit.
how to hit. I
Ben.
didn't say I thought he had forgotten how to hit. I just wondered
What do you want to trade
how
me
long
to?
it would take for him to, really remember how to hit. And now he seems to have remembered. The other quote that was great was from 16-year-old Ethan Salas, who after going into his first spring training game, catching 4 innings, had a ground out in his at-bat, said, age is just a number. That is, well, I mean, it's kind of true, but still, when you're 16 years old and you're playing against big leaguers, like real big league baseball players, you're not supposed to be able to do that.
No, you're not. It makes no sense. It defies every bit of logic, and it defies everything that we know about the game of baseball. I mean, again, you'll have catchers, Ben, that are like 21, and they're like, yeah, he's just not seasoned enough. Guy's been catching, 8-9 years since he was a little kid, and they're like, nah, no, he's 16 years old in there, and his hands, man. If you watch him behind the dish, his hands they're phenomenal.
Bob Melvin
phenomenal.
commented on how soft he said his receiving skills, his hands were.
Somebody put out a nice little video of Weathers throwing to him. And for all of you out there, and I know there's still some that don't quite haven't grasped the new way of catching, which is to show a target, drop your hands, and then it's mesmerizing when you watch it when it's done well. And Ethan Salas does it well. So you show a target. So, Ben, I want you to throw that cutter away. I'm going to show you the target. As you're into your windup, I drop my hand. The umpire is the one that it's how you steal more strikes instead of doing I'm going to keep
Hold it
stiff,
forever right there.
and then you kind of manipulate your hands. You drop it, and then you softly catch it, and it looks like a strike damn near every time. It's really brilliant. And he's down on one knee at times as well. It's the way that they're teaching it now. So when people are watching Campusano last year going, I don't like how he drops his glove, it's how they're teaching it in this organization. And really, it's how they're teaching it in most organizations now. So
the ironic part is if they go to the electronic strike zone, it's not going to matter in the least bit.
No,
what it looks like or how soft it is as long as you just don't let it get past you.
Yeah.
It's going to be the only job of the catcher at that point.
Alan, you're still gonna have to throw guys out. You still there's a lot to
yes,
the position.
I get it. Yes. And you still have to, call the game, and you have to give the pitcher confidence and a good target and things like that. But in terms of stealing strikes, that won't happen anymore.
I do wonder if there's a way to manipulate the ball back into the zone to where because I don't know exactly the point of where I
think it's where it crosses the front of the plate.
The front of the plate.
So I
somebody
think
will figure it out.
I don't think the catcher is going to be able to do anything about it.
Well, then by that logic, then you're basically saying you could put Luke Voit in catcher's gear because he's a big target. As long as you can catch it, Luke, we're in good shape.
I
don't know that that's going to be entirely the case. I think they'll still teach ways to manipulate.
My guess
somehow.
is, they'll be teaching ways to, hit the target in that. All right, I want to put the right here because if he hits his slider the right spot, it's going to just tick the edge
and
of
it's going
that
to look like a ball.
Strike zone. It's going to look like a ball, but it's going to be a strike. So you catch it right, you target it right there, and it's going to be almost unhittable.
Yeah.
I think that'll be the new kind of catching skill, is knowing exactly where to put your mid, where if the pitcher throws the pitch the way he wants to, it's going to be a wacky strike.
It's going to be one of those where you're like, God dang it, that is not a strike.
Yeah.
But I guess by the letter of the law. By the way, his at bat was pretty impressive. And if I'm the opposing pitcher, and I think this is exactly what happened, I don't remember who was throwing for the White Sox at the time. You see, and you know that this kid's 16 years old. 16-year-old prospect Ethan Salas is coming to the dish for his first real professional AB. He threw him some nasty bouncing junk Salas looked at it like and just spit on it. Just was like BFD. Like he couldn't have cared less. Next one hit it, wrapped it pretty good to second base. But yeah, man, there's a lot to be excited about. You certainly wonder how that's going to progress.
Padres won that game 6-5. Yesterday, Rougned Odor homered twice in a game against the A's down in Mesa. Adrian Morejon, though, a little concerning, allowed 4 runs and then exited with some elbow pain. One of the guys, possibly some depth in the starting rotation. We'll sure get an update today from Padres spring training. The A's ended up winning that game 8-6. Today, the Padres will take on the San Francisco Giants at the Peoria Sports Complex, 1:10. Now that the time has changed, we got the little later starts. Julio Teheran, one of the pitchers scheduled to throw again, and he's been pretty solid throughout this spring. We'll see if he can keep it up against a divisional opponent, the San Francisco Giants, today. So that's a little Padres update. We'll come back. Hour number 2 is next. We got Take on Woods ahead. Also more on the NCAA tournament. Stick around. Get ready to call in, 833-288-0973 as we return on Ben and Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. I was thinking as I was driving in this morning, doing the math in my head. So opening day for the Padres is Thursday, March 30th, correct? And then the next Thursday, it's going to be the Ben & Woods Open. Like 1 week after, just 1 week after opening day. We have like 2 massive weeks back to back here on this show.
Yeah.
With opening day and then the Ben & Woods Open on consecutive Thursdays.
I was telling Woods yesterday, it almost feels like these shows leading up to that almost feel like ancillary. It's tough to focus in on the day-to-day shows when we have an anniversary show. We have opening day broadcast. We have the golf tournament. Like so many big things to look forward to.
I love having something to look forward to, though, and I love having things that I'm really passionate about, and those are some of the things that I'm most passionate about. But yeah, it's hard. It's hard. You're like,
there are like 2 weeks in December where I'm like, I don't even want to do these shows. I just want to get to the extravaganza.
I know. I feel the same way.
Well, if you want to join us for the Ben & Woods Open, our second ever golf tournament, it is Thursday, April 6th at Rancho Bernardo Inn. Our slots go on sale next Wednesday, March 22nd. Thank you to sponsors Coastal Fire and Integration Systems and Cobra Golf for helping make it happen. Really looking forward to seeing everybody out there, all the tier ones at Rancho Bernardo Inn coming up on April the 6th. And it was good to see there were a lot of tier ones on Saturday night at Torero Stadium at USD when Woods, Paul, and I went out to the San Diego Loyal season opener against Detroit City. Kind of a misty, cool night in San Diego, but didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the locals and the Chavos and a sold-out crowd to really experience that with you guys. And for the first time, all of us going together to a game. I had been to a couple just covering them for Channel 10, but just to go as a fan and just be and experience kind of the atmosphere, really impressed by what the Loyal have put together. And those fans are, I mean, the energy constant throughout the game was absolutely amazing.
It felt based on the weather like we were watching a game in England or Scotland or something. It was a really cool, and it didn't pour rain on us or anything like that, just a little bit misty. And it's funny because we were down in this area and kind of looking out over the field. And I mean, it was a, it's a soccer match. It can be a low scoring affair sometimes. Paulie just happens to say, I'm going to get a little video. He goes, I'm going to get a little video.
Yeah, it was late in the first half.
Paulie's like, I'm going to get a little video. Gets the video, bam, goal.
Like 2 seconds.
2 seconds. I was like, my God, try that again. See if we can get another one.
Yeah, Jackson Simba,
right in front of us,
loyal defender, right in front of us, and it turned out to be the only goal of the game in a 1-0 win.
It was really, I had a really, really fun time. It's it's hard. I mean, with our schedule, usually on weekend nights like that, I have a Seals game or whatever. Got 2 little kids. It's tough to get out, but I really had a great time. I certainly appreciate their hospitality. It was a blast. Got to see so many friends, meet some new friends.
Yeah.
Talk to a bunch of people. It was a really, really good
time. We went over though to the locals cheering section, just the
109,
the drum banging and the chanting and the constant noise making and the flag waving and the scarf twirling,
the smoke, the whole thing. My boy Steve, who is on the bass drum. So I walked down and I saw him and I was gonna go up and say hi. And he gave me the look that says, no, not now. I'm in the middle of beating my drum.
Not now, Chief.
Not now, Chief. You don't see that I'm here doing my thing. So he DM'd me. He's like, sorry, man, I couldn't break away, but duty called. It was great, man. It was great to see everybody out there, and we'll definitely be going again. It's a little late for me to take my kids, but when they have those day games, and their next home game is Sunday,
3 p.m.
3 p.m. That one's a little more feasible to maybe take the family out too. But it was a great time.
Yep, shutout. Koke Vegas only had 2 saves, but one of them was really impressive. That was right in front of us as well.
Unreal,
fantastic, and Loyal get off to a good start this season with that 1-0 win.
1-0, Ben.
1-0, yes. We need a contestant for Take on Woods. Call in now if you want to try to qualify for our getaway to Vegas with some concert tickets as well. 833-288-0973. 833-288-0973. We're about 3 or 4 minutes away from our game, so get in line right now. You can take on Woods in our musical trivia challenge. Let's see. I saw the Seals won over the weekend.
Barely.
Dramatic.
Ooh, mama.
Beat Saskatchewan 12-11
Yep.
on the road.
My man Dane Dobie scored his 500th goal.
It was behind the backer.
Guys, he's one of the greatest athletes I've ever seen in my entire life. Ever. I've never seen anybody do what he does. He's unreal. And what a pickup for this team. So, yeah, beat the guy. We played the audio of Bouquet on our show, the goalie for Saskatchewan, who's kind of a character. But, yeah, we took it to him early. But then, man, they had an onslaught in the fourth and almost won. So we ended up winning 12-11. You get out of there with a win. And that's all you can ask for.
Let's see. We had Matt Savannah, the Gulls, came in on Friday talking about their big weekend. They swept both of their games over the weekend, 2-0 and 4-2 over Henderson. They've actually won 4 straight. They're playing their best hockey of the season. They're back on Saturday against Iowa at home. Legion won 22-0 over Dallas. So really solid weekend for our local pro sports teams. And, of course, the Aztecs winning the Mountain West tournament in Las Vegas with
not
3
an
wins in 3
afterthought,
days.
by the way. 7:35.
No, we've got
our segment.
We got a full segment on the Aztecs coming up, but yeah, it was a solid weekend for our local sports teams for sure. All right, let's see. Let's get to our game. Why don't we just play a little Take on Woods here? All right, we got our friend Steve calling in today. Steve, how have you been?
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm good. I know you're good at this game. For everybody else out there listening, it's 5 questions of musical trivia. Tier 1 against Woods head-to-head, and if Steve can beat or tie Woods, he can qualify for our monthly grand prize drawing. This month, it's a getaway to Las Vegas to see 38 Special in concert at the Westgate on April 28th. They will be at the International Theater. If you beat or tie Woods, we'll qualify you for a drawing for 2 nights at the Westgate, Las Vegas, and tickets to the show. Steve, you get to choose our category today, and here's what I've got for you. We still have Jesus, I like him very much. That's Jesus in all of our musical answers. We have Shake and Bake, 5 song titles that include the word shake. And our new category today is disco or boogie, with song titles that include either the word disco or boogie, very 70s. So, Steve, Jesus, I like him very much. Shake and Bake or disco or boogie?
Wow, 3 good ones. Let's do the Shake and Bake. What the heck?
Shake and Bake. All right, 5 song titles that all include the word shake. You get 60 seconds. If you don't know one, you can pass. We'll come back to it if there's time remaining at the end. And our first is always our 2-second song. Paulie will play a little clip. You need to give me both the song title and the artist to score that point. Steve, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right, put those 60 seconds on the clock. Paul, your time begins, Steve, when Paul plays the music. The category Shake and Bake. Good luck, Steve. Let's take on Woods.
Pass.
It's what brings all the boys to the yard in a 2003 hit by Khalees.
By the Police?
Khalees.
Oh, God. Shaking my backside? I don't know.
Incorrect. The Cars Dance All Night, Play All Day, in which hit from 1981?
Pass.
Which 1976 number 1 hit by Casey and the Sunshine Band was controversial because it used a euphemism for the buttocks in the title?
Shake Your Booty.
Correct. DJ and producer Bauer was on top of the world when he went viral with which song you couldn't avoid in 2013?
I thought I was going to sail through this one, but I'm wrong. Pass.
Let's go back to our 2-second song. Time is up. Just the one for Steve today. That category tripped him up a little bit. He got Shake Your Booty. That was Shake It Off by Taylor Swift, as Paul obviously knew that one in his sleep. Khalees' Milkshake. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. It's better than yours. The Cars, I thought you'd get that one, Steve. Shake It Up. Dance all night, play all day. And then the Harlem Shake was Bauer in 2013. That was
Here's the thing. I don't know that Woods is going to get more than like maybe 2.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think he'll get Shake It Up.
Yeah.
I don't know about the rest of them though. All right, we're very curious to see how many you're going to get in this category. Steve's score is locked in. We'll reset the questions, the 2-second song, put 60 seconds back on the clock. Woods doesn't get the category, makes it even tougher for him. All right, let's play it. Good luck. Let's take on Steve.
Is that Pretty Fly for a White Guy by Offspring?
It's not.
Crap.
It's What Brings All the Boys to the Yard in a 2003 hit by Khalees.
My Milkshake?
Correct. The Cars, Dance All Night, Play All Day, in which hit from 1981?
Dance All Night. Shake It Up.
Correct. Which 1976 number one hit by KC and the Sunshine Band was controversial because it used a euphemism for the buttocks.
Shake Your Booty.
Correct. DJ and producer Bauer was on top of the world when he went viral with which song you couldn't avoid in 2013?
The first one is Taylor Swift, Shake It Off.
It is, now that you know. Yep.
So that sucks. This has something to do with shaking.
Yep. Bauer 2013.
Shake that ass.
It is not. You got 3 though, and a 3-1 win. That's the Harlem Shake
Oh, Harlem Shake.
that you're looking
Viral video.
Very
for in the
viral.
category Shake and Bake
Forgot about
today.
that song.
Yeah, Steve was tougher than he thought. Steve, thank you for playing, though. You're always welcome to take on Woods anytime you want. But a win to start the week for Woodsy.
I'm trying to think if I like any of those songs.
None of them. Shake It Up.
Don't really
Not your
like-
favorite
no,
Cars song.
They're better than
Casey
that.
and the Sunshine Band?
No.
Shake Your Booty.
No.
Khalees, come on.
Yeah, that one's pretty good. Out of the 5, I think that's probably the best.
You know what? Out of the 5, that would probably have been my last choice for the one you liked.
Yeah, I like that
Maybe
song.
Harlem Shake would have been my last
I
choice.
did not.
You were a
enjoy it.
DJ back then. You remember, though, that everyone was playing the Harlem Shake.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't a DJ really. Like I didn't.
You didn't get to. You
No.
didn't spin the record.
We didn't play Harlem Shake. I'm actually surprised, but we did not play that.
It was like a Macarena. It was just one of those.
It was everywhere. I've
Just-
blocked it out. I think.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, that was a tough one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was everywhere.
Everywhere.
Every sporting event. Everywhere.
About 10 years ago. Can you believe the time has flown
It
that
has.
much? It's been a decade since the Harlem Shake.
It's nice to start the week off with a dub, though. I'll tell you that.
That's true. After a loss on Friday,
Friday.
you don't want to go 2 in a row
Mm-mm.
in the L's on
No,
Take on Woods.
absolutely
for sure. All right, country music superstar Sam Hunt will take over the Resorts World Theater for a limited 2-night engagement Friday, April 21st, Saturday, April 22nd. Tickets on sale now at AXS.com and RWLasVegas.com. That stands for Resorts World Las Vegas. But you can win a pair just by listening to 97.3 on the Odyssey app. Every hour you listen through March 19th equals 1 entry into the contest for a 2-night stay and tickets to the concert. We've got Don't Do This coming up next.
Freaking Alabama, dude.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
And you know what? I've always wanted umpires to be held accountable. One finally was, but it took probably the most egregious bad call I've seen in years.
Maybe in history. Yeah.
the pettiest,
Petty.
most just odious call you're just ever imagined.
Like a 1 and 1A. Will Smith from the Dodgers is a huge dork.
Okay.
You're a huge
And we can get to all of it coming up with Ben and Woods. We'll be back with Don't Do This after a check of traffic here on 97.3 The Fan. Don't forget, all guests on Ben and Woods appear on the Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad fan hotline. Save money the right way with Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad. Visit them today in the Carlsbad Auto Mall. Chevrolet, find new roads. Actually, can you go first on this one?
Yes.
Okay, because my don't do this turned into a do this as we reshuffled what we were going to do.
So then you should go first.
Right, but what's my don't do this if this is my do this?
Oh, that's all you have?
Let's see. Well, I thought you were going to do the other one. No,
I'll do the Bama.
Okay, you do the Bama first.
We should do this not on the air.
Yeah.
It's great stuff, guys.
Sorry about that.
Really,
you
well
teased
done.
another one though. What was the second?
Will Smith.
All right, I didn't have that one, and then you had the Bama one. So you have both the don't do this is now, and I have the do this. You have to go first
and second
and second. Yep,
and then
it's all
Ben will go third because
third.
his don't do this turned into a do this.
Very
this is
confusing.
really well executed.
Yeah,
guys.
Happy Monday.
So I don't know if you guys saw these T-shirts that several Alabama fans were wearing at the SEC semifinals. Well, they said, "Killing our way through the SEC in 23." Which is an obvious reference to the recent shooting death of 23-year-old Jamea Janae Harris, resulting in murder charges being brought against former Crimson Tide player Darius Miles. And there were pictures of these shirts all over the arena. And the star player, Brandon Miller, allegedly retrieved the gun that Miles and accomplice Michael Davis would use to fatally shoot this young woman.
This is the team that after he was allowed back onto the court to play with the team, his pregame celebration was getting frisked.
They're really leaning into this whole thing of being like, a murder, accomplice to murder. Again, the shirts say "killing our way through the SEC in 23." So
like somebody lost their life.
Yeah.
There's a child without a mom.
Child without a mom, and you have funny T-shirts. This guy John Talty tweeted, "I went up to one of the guys wearing the 'Killing Our Way Through the SEC' shirt, and he told me to, quote, 'get the F out of my face.'" Claimed that he was, in fact, a Bama fan and would be back for tomorrow's game. Yeah, there's a different personality trait for somebody that would wear something so reprehensible, I think.
This is all in the midst of an incredible season for Alabama.
Yeah.
They're the number one overall seed
yep.
in the tournament. And if the Aztecs do make it to the Sweet 16, they would be the likely opponent for San Diego State in the Sweet 16, the number one overall seed from Alabama. So we'll follow that one closely. Now, Woods, you get to go again.
Oh, yes.
Because you wanted to talk about Will Smith. Now, I wasn't sure if this was what everyone was making it out to be, though.
What did you think it was?
I didn't. Well, I mean, it depends on your interpretation of what was going on at home plate.
Okay, do you have eyes?
I do have eyes.
You do.
Yes.
All right. So then the for those of us with eyes, Randy Arozarena comes up last night to lead off the game, Mexico against the United States. And Will Smith is behind the plate, Dodgers catcher Will Smith behind the plate. And Randy, his big grin, Randy Arozarena's got the big grin, and he gets up and he looks at Will Smith and is like, "What's up, man?" Big smile, and goes to dap him up, sticks his fist out for a fist bump. And you see Will Smith kind of look at his hand, and he didn't really shake his head, I don't think, but he just kind of looked at him and left him hanging. He clearly saw it because he looked at it and was like, I think. Now, listen, at the end of the day,
he's got a mitt on and everything. I don't know.
It's just a free hand.
I don't know that
There's
that's the right time to be doing that.
You ever see Manny when he gets in the box? Every single time Manny gets in the box, what does he do? First AB. Walks up, taps the umpire on the shin guard every time, then goes to the catcher. "What's up, buddy?" Taps him, and the catcher always looks up and nods. It was corny. Now, he could have been doing, at the end of the day, he could have been doing a bit. Like, no, I'm not dapping you up, man. I'll get chewed out over there. It was just corny. Like, it's corny when a guy, so I got into it with some clown on Twitter. It was like, "No, man, sports were better when everyone hated each other." I go, it's not a blood sport. It's not UFC. They're not about to go bare knuckle box each other. It's baseball. And you saw Arozarena like, "Oh, okay, sounds good." And then you saw Mexico just put that whipping on him.
Yeah, I've always laughed at that. I mean, the more you hate the pitcher on the mound doesn't make you hit him.
No, it's
better.
actually probably worse.
It really doesn't.
Worse.
I don't think like that. maybe in football or like I said, boxing or UFC, you need to draw on that rage.
There's certain, like in hockey, they never, like, it's after the game, you can fraternize, all that stuff. This is baseball, man. Baseball's different. I think players, 99% of them are better when they're smiling and having fun and more relaxed. It's an easier game to play if you're not, all
golf
aggro.
Is the same way. I don't
way.
think you want to be intensely aggravated throughout your entire round. It's just not conducive to success.
Yeah, take it from me. Absolutely. It's not conducive to any success, but I just thought it was really, really corny. I thought it was really corny. And it made the rounds last night, certainly. He didn't do anything wrong. I just thought it was a really corny move.
Well, I changed this one
He's a corny guy.
I changed this one to a do this from a don't do this.
DD mega do.
Because it's something that I think we always wanted to see in Major League Baseball.
Quickly, I just got an update. People are sending me the presser from Randy Arozarena, which I missed because I was dead asleep. And he's confirmed, he didn't want to dap me up last night. So it's, again, you may not want to play really intense, but you can then spark somebody to be intense. And I think that's what Will Smith did last night.
So in college baseball over the weekend, you might have seen the video of the umpire in the Mississippi Valley State New Orleans game. It was televised, so this was going to get around. But Mississippi Valley State, down to their final batter, outfielder Devon Mims was at the plate. Count was 1-1, and New Orleans' pitcher Trey Uzzi pitched one that was definitely a little bit low. It was down.
Ball's down. It
was called a strike. It was a bad call, not egregiously bad. It was just a bad call by the umpire.
It was pretty bad.
It was bad. It was pretty
down.
bad, but not like it wouldn't be making don't do this if it weren't for what happened next. So the batter, kind of Trey, he reacts. He like
he's like
jumps like no way. I mean,
man.
not like, I mean, he didn't get in the umpire's face or anything. He just did that little move that kind of showed up the umpire saying, I totally disagree with that call. But then what happened next on the next pitch was a slider that was so far low and outside. It was 2.5 feet, 3 feet outside. There's no way the umpire could have accidentally called that a strike. He clearly was trying to teach this kid a lesson about respecting the umpire and not showing him up by ringing him up to end the game for the final out on strike 3. Of course, he kind of lost his mind. Home plate, the umpire's name is Reggie Drummer. And this is why I call it a do this. The Southland Conference responding by suspending the umpire indefinitely because it was just so obvious he was retaliating against the player.
Even the catcher for the other team was like, dude, I know.
That was a terrible call.
I mean, by the way, that was I thought a kind of a class move by that catcher to say, like, did you see the shot too of the other guys on the team? They were hysterically laughing because of how bad the call was. I mean, it was a slider way down and away, not even close to being a strike, and he rings him up, and catcher had to get the catcher for the opposing team had to stand in front of the batter and the umpire, which is not something you see regularly in baseball. You usually let those guys dig their own grave, and he was like,
I'd be surprised if that umpire gets to work any more college baseball games after that, though.
It's a thankless job being an umpire. It's thankless. It's absolutely thankless. I will acknowledge that 1,000%. You don't know what's going on in that guy's personal life, but man, when you step between those lines, I think you have to have blinders on and you have to have earmuffs the whole time. I mean, you just can't there was another video over the weekend. Did you see the umpire that walked off the field in the middle of a college game? And he said, I got 6 kids at home. I don't need this. He was getting chirped a little bit by the third base coach, and it was nothing bad, nothing like, get off your knees, you're blowing the game, like check your phone, blue missed call. I mean, it was nothing egregious. Dude rips his mask off and just walks away and walks off the field and goes and gets in his car, and he goes, I got 6 kids at home. I don't need this. It's a hard job, but it's one that if you're really good at it, nobody knows who you are. No one knows your name if you're a great umpire. And that's the weird thing about it. No one knows your name at all.
You can't get into the job for ego reasons.
You just can't, man. You just can't. And you cannot, you especially can't let things bleed into the way that you call a game. Somebody can be chirping you like crazy all game long. And if it's a strike, it's a strike.
No, you
If it's a
can't
ball,
necessarily
it's
be a
ball.
pushover and just wear it always from players and managers constantly.
Well, no, I mean, that's why they have the absolute power
Yeah.
that they can throw a guy out if they want to. And we see that a lot.
I did see.
I mean, it would have been a better reaction for him to just throw that kid out after the first reaction than to do what he did, though, and make an incorrect call on purpose to affect the game.
That would have also been egregious. Though,
It would have
to
been
run a
egregious,
guy.
but it would have been at least defensible. Like, hey, you do that.
still has
you
a
get run.
job.
Actually, no.
No?
He still has a
Arguing-
job if he does that.
Arguing with the umpire, at least in Major League Baseball, on a ball and strike call is cause for immediate ejection. In Major League Baseball, I don't know exactly what the college rule is.
For a player to, they can, if Manny turns and gives him a look.
Technically, you can get thrown out of the game for
I
that.
don't know. Can they?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Arguing with the umpire on ball strike
Arguing
calls
balls and
is,
strikes. I
is
thought it was
cause
for- I
for
thought it was-
immediate ejection.
I thought it was managers only.
Is it
I
managers
thought it was
only?
managers and coaches.
I mean, they're not going to throw out a star player for just a
Aren't
tiny
they?
reaction on a ball strike call, I would think. But
Aren't they?
I was watching the WBC, and I think the umpire was mic'd up, or at least there was a mic very close to him because you could hear everything he was saying. It was the Columbia game.
Alfaro.
Alfaro, he's like, "I'm talking to you, Alfaro."
Yeah, gives the point, the whole thing. It just
Alfaro's like, "What?"
again, it's the ump show. Nobody brings their 7-year-old kid to a ball game to go watch Doug Eddings perform. You just don't, and that's been a problem in baseball. Making it about themselves. But you're right, Ben. It's a fine line between being a pushover and being petty. Being petty and that's why
rabbit-eared.
I can never be an umpire.
Yeah.
Never.
It is a
I
tough
can't
job.
even
No, you're right. It's a tough
I
job.
can't even say that I wouldn't do what that umpire did. I can't say that that's why I don't umpire.
And that is don't and do this for a Monday.
That was Don't Do This with Ben and Woods on 97.3 The Fan.
All right. I saw a lot of panicked Aztecs fans. Oh, that's a horrible draw. You never want to be the 5th seed. I think I've got a different thought on the NCAA tournament reveal that took place yesterday. We'll talk a little March Madness with Ben and Woods coming up next on San Diego's #1 sports station.
You're setting yourself up for another Nostradamus.
I guess so. 97.3 The Fan. Which things I'm about to make Aztecs fans very upset.
Yeah, I feel like that is happening.
With my incoming take on the NCAA brackets. So we'll open up the phone lines to let you just air your grievances at me if you so desire. 833-288-0973. First this hour on 97.3 The Fan is brought to you by Bob's Discount Furniture, home of the world-famous Bob-O-Pedic mattresses, with all the comfort and quality of a national mattress brand for half the price. No matter your budget, there is a Bob-O-Pedic memory foam hybrid or hybrid plus mattress for you. Check them out at mybobs.com. Yeah, 833-288-0973. My thoughts on the brackets that don't necessarily jive with everybody else's coming up after this check of traffic on 97.3 The Fan.
From the premier Buick GMC of Carlsbad Traffic Center, part of the Premier Auto Family, here's Kelly Denick.
Traffic is sponsored by Viejas Casino and Resort. Got a few problems here, guys. Crash in Balboa Park, southbound side of the 163, right before Park Boulevard. Those cars are over to the right shoulder. Also, westbound King Freeway, just before Avocado, collision over the right shoulder. Northbound side of the 5, past Civic Center, a collision that's over the right shoulder. They did clear this crash on the westbound side of the 52, just past Mast Boulevard. Just watch out for little residual slowing heading out of Santee. Viejas Casino and Resort is home to the best players club in My Viejas. Start earning points toward incredible rewards like free gifts, concert tickets, hotel stays, dining discounts, and more. It's time to ditch the other guys and join the best. My Viejas Players Club, Viejas Casino and Resort. I'm Kelly Danick with Ben & Wood, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Saw it from all corners of the Aztecs internet yesterday about what a terrible job the NCAA tournament committee did. Complaints about sending the Aztecs across the country to Orlando. I saw people saying I would have rather been a 6 seed. The 5 seeds are the ones that always historically get upset in the NCAA tournament. And they're a 5 seed in the South region against College of Charleston. Did the committee do them any favors by making them fly 3 time zones across the country to play in Orlando against a team that is only a few hours away from Orlando? No, obviously not.
Why? What's the logic there?
Well, I mean, it's a 68 team tournament. You have to slot every team in there, and you can't always put every team close to their home. There's just no way to do that. So, once it's all, not every team is going to get to play close by where they are based. It just doesn't work that way. So yes, the Aztecs are going to have to overcome some travel to win, but so will every other team. If you want to win this tournament, you got to be able to play away from your home arena, away from your fan base at some point. That's just the NCAA tournament in a nutshell. But I am very glad they got a 5 seed. They certainly earned a 5 seed. I would have been kind of upset had they been a 6 seed, to be honest. 11 seeds upset 6 seeds too. And 12 seeds generally they're not at-large bids. They're automatic conference winners from the smaller conferences. And then I saw everyone going, well, College of Charleston, that's a team you don't want to face. 31-3. I mean, they were a hot team, especially early in the season. They were ranked in the top 20. It feels like you're getting a much better team than a 12 seed. I just don't know. I mean, you're going to face a good team. It's the NCAA tournament. There's no bad teams. Even the 16 seeds aren't usually horrible, but unless you're a 1 seed, that's about the only game that's usually a gimme in the NCAA tournament. So, you're going to get a tough opponent in every single game. You got to play well to win these games.
Well, you said Charleston was hot at the beginning of the season, but I think what's got Aztecs fans domed out is that they've won 10 in a row.
The
Aztecs are 9-1 in their last 10.
But I looked at the numbers here, kind of behind the numbers. I mean, the CAA, the Colonial Athletic Association, where they play, is the 27th ranked conference out of like 32 in college basketball. The Mountain West was 5th this season. If you look by net rankings, the College of Charleston would be 5th in the Mountain West, behind a bunch of other teams. Not that they can't beat San Diego State. They absolutely can. They have a great, they have a good game. They're going to win, but this is a team very much like Utah State. They throw up a ton of threes. You know what San Diego State does really well, though? They defend. They defend the 3-pointers.
Well, they average. I saw about 81 points a game. They're not getting 81.
No chance.
They're not getting 81. They're not. In my opinion, they're not getting close to 81.
I agree with you.
Against that Aztecs
I agree.
defense.
I agree.
So
they haven't faced a defense ranked anywhere like the top 100 since November. I mean, they are not used to facing a defense the style of the Aztecs. I really like just about everything about this matchup for San Diego State. I really do. Now you go and you clank a bunch of shots and, some threes start going in for the other team. Yes, of course you can get beat, but the matchup tells me that this is a game that I think San Diego State should win and should win. I mean, I don't want to say they're not going to win by 30, but I like
handily.
I like a solid, 10 to 15 point victory for the Aztecs in this first game. They've got a balanced team. They can get scoring from everywhere. They've got veteran players who have been in big games before. College of Charleston, they haven't been in the tournament in years. They haven't won a tournament game, I think, since 1998. A little bit of that, just happy to be there, a little overwhelmed by the moment situation that I don't think should happen with San Diego State's players. If you want to argue with me, Aztecs fans, and tell me why your team is so bad that they're going to lose in the NCAA tournament, I certainly invite you to do so at 833-288-0973. But I fully expect
a dub.
The Aztecs to win this first game in the NCAA tournament. I fully expect a victory on Thursday against College of Charleston.
It's funny, I think, with Padre fans, I think you can talk them down from the ledge a little easier than Aztecs fans right now. I think the doom and gloom that I saw going around Twitter too was definitely a real thing. And you never want to be a jinx. Not that jinx is, again, it's a game, like you said, they should be able to handle. You made me feel a little better about it, Benny.
Well, I mean, people are arguing, well, Dutch hasn't won a game in the NCAA tournament. You think that's going to last forever? You think Brian Dutcher's teams are just always going to lose in the first round of every NCAA tournament? Yeah, they lost. They blew it last year against a really good Creighton team. They had them on the ropes. They let them off the hook at the end. Yeah, it's always a worry with San Diego State. Their closing out skills haven't been great, but they've been, even though they've made it nervous, they've been able to win all their close games essentially this year, other than an overtime loss to Arkansas. Every other one, they've pretty much pulled out the close ones this season. I just don't see it. I like San Diego State. I think the spread I saw this morning was 4.5. I'm okay even laying those points. I think San Diego State wins this first round game. And that leaves a second round game against either Virginia or Furman. Now I saw one bracket, I think it was Jeff Goodman or one of those college basketball experts. They picked the Aztecs to win and then lose to Furman, the 13th seed in the second round.
All right.
Virginia is the 4 seed. That's the favorite you would expect to get. Right. I kind of like that matchup as well. Virginia is, I think, 30 in net, 38 and
27th in net.
27. I mean,
their SOS, their strength of schedule is 57th in the country compared to the Aztecs, 7th in the country. They're top 10
and they're a defensive-minded team as well. That they love beating opponents by just making games ugly and low scoring. It's like, try that all day against the Aztecs. You think the Aztecs are going to get flustered by being in an ugly, low-scoring game? I don't think so.
Again,
Virginia.
You're talking on paper. You're talking on.
Of course, it's all on paper right now. This is what we're doing when we're filling out the NCAA tournament. I think the Aztecs absolutely have a great path to the Sweet 16 in the first 2 rounds of the NCAA tournament.
Excellent.
Now, you get there, you get the top overall seed, Alabama. I bet there'd be a lot of people cheering for San Diego State against Alabama. Maybe not in the arena down there in the South region, but certainly around the country. I bet there's a lot of Aztecs fans that'll be rooting for an upset of the Crimson Tide in basketball. So who knows? I like where San Diego State was slotted. You got to play well. If they go out and throw up a 2 for 20 from 3-point range.
It'll be a tough night.
No one's making
it. Excuse me.
And it's anything can happen, obviously. But for me, I'm feeling really good about this team going into March Madness in their first game on Thursday. If they start out slow, I don't want to hear the excuses. Well, it's 9-10 a.m. in San Diego on their body clock, and they had to fly across the country. Come on. They're going on Tuesday. They got 2 days there to adjust. It's not the mountain. They've gone through the Mountain West travel. They've gone to Wyoming and Colorado State and New Mexico. They go to tough buildings with tough travel all year long, and they've been one of the best road teams in the country. And you're saying a flight to Orlando is really that's going to be what's going to kill them?
They may die, actually, because of the flight. Yeah.
That's really, of all the bus rides and snow drives and buses over mountain passes
above sea level,
some chartered plane to Orlando is really what's going to take this team down.
Yeah.
Come on.
Absolutely.
That doesn't make any sense at all to me. That's an excuse. That's a pre-excuse that doesn't even make sense.
I can't believe no Aztecs fans are calling to scream at Ben.
Why their team is going to lose?
Yeah.
You don't want to argue about, no. My team is terrible. You're absolutely wrong to have confidence in the red and black, Ben. I can't believe you would say that they would win a game or two in the NCAA tournament. Maybe you do agree. Maybe you secretly think the Aztecs are going to win. Is that what really happens? You talk negatively,
it's
but
called emotional
in
insurance.
your hearts,
yeah.
you really are actually confident in San Diego State's ability to win in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah,
like I am.
It's expect the worst and be happy for the best, right? Just brace yourself for the inevitable.
And you know what? If they do
what
lose,
you feel is the inevitable.
you blame me. Go ahead. Then you don't have to blame yourself. You don't have to blame Brian Dutcher or any of the players. You don't have to blame JD Wicker. You can just blame good old Ben.
Old Nostradamus strikes
because
again.
He had the temerity, the gall, as it were, to have some confidence in the local college basketball team in the NCAA tournament.
Isn't it weird that they'll hate you for that? For having
for liking their team. It's the weirdest. Yeah. It might be the weirdest fan base in America. That the more you like their team, the more they are mad at you about that.
It is weird. It's very odd. It's an odd way of doing business.
Mountain West got 4 teams in there. They'll play the first game on Wednesday, Nevada against Arizona State. Utah State got in. Boise State got in, 10, 10, and 11 seeds. So, 4 chances for the Mountain West to do something finally. They went 0-4 last year in the NCAA tournament, so definitely need to do better than that.
Yikes. What were your egregious snubs?
I don't think. I mean, if you not want to, I mean, isn't it egregious snub if you think you were the 67th best team in the tournament in college basketball and you didn't get in? I know everyone says, "Oh, Rutgers should have get really Rutgers." No, I think Nevada. I'm glad Nevada got in. I know I hate Steve Alford.
It's like they forgot about Kansas or
right
Purdue or something like that.
I mean, they said Kansas should have been the 1 seed in the Midwest as opposed to the West, and got to stay closer to home in Kansas City, but they gave that to Houston instead. I mean, I was a little surprised by that. Usually those blue bloods like Kansas get protected a little bit more, but I mean, again, big deal. It's chartered travel. It's, it's the NCAA tournament. It's the travel should never be an issue. And there'll be plenty of Kansas fans, I promise you, at every game that they play. They're not going to be missing these games. We got Tim calling in.
All right, let's hear it.
Tim, good morning. Welcome to Ben and Woods.
Tim, drag his ass.
Well, okay. You just said you was wondering why no one called in to complain, so I decided to call in to complain.
Thank you.
You asked for it. I'm not normally up this early listening to the radio, so here it is. My only point, and I heard this said several times, is what's the point of having geographical regions? Like, what's the point? I don't care about the travel and whatnot. I'd rather be a 6th seed in the West. Does a 3-hour flight matter? Well, it's not something we do like football does, right? Like, yes, our travel is hard, but it still only takes 1 time zone and 2 hours. We're going 3 hours forward, and it's a noon Western game, so it's not like their body clock's going to be screwed up. But Orlando is horrible. It's a disgusting place. No one wants to be there in the first place. And what's the point? It's the South region, and we're playing in Florida. At least use the regions for a reason. That's the thing that I don't understand.
Well, why wouldn't a team from the West end up in the West region?
They almost should do like we do. They should have them like they be the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the Lou Alcindor region. Geography matters very little. It's just where the games are played in the 3rd and 4th rounds. One will be somewhere on the West Coast, one will be East, one will be South, one will be North. But the teams that go into those brackets, other than like the 1 to 4 seeds where they try to geographically protect them a little bit and send them as close to home as possible, other than that, it's just where they put them into the brackets. So yeah, it's a bit of a misnomer when they geographically say, "Oh, you're in the South region, but wait, we're on the West Coast." Well, it's not like the best 16 teams on the West get in and the best 16 teams in the East get in. It's just the best overall 68 teams. So you're never going to be able to match them up exactly right geographically. You have to have a 5 seed play a 12 seed. Would you rather have to face like a a 6 seed because they were just closer to you in geography. No, you want to play a 12 seed in the first round. But, I get it. All the other Mountain West teams are playing either in Denver or Sacramento. Even though the Aztecs won the conference, they have to go all the way to Orlando. It doesn't seem that fair.
Seem right.
But you also have to remember that in the second round, you have to play another team that's close. So Virginia, they got geographically protected because they were a 4 seed. So they make the short trip down to Orlando. Well, they have to play a 5 seed in the second round. So you need one of those 5 seeds there. Even if it doesn't match geographically, one of those 5 seeds has to go to Orlando to be there to play Virginia if they win their first game.
Friday could be a really interesting show if it doesn't go your way.
It could be. All right, we'll come back. It is time for our own tournament. The Tournament of Drops will reveal half the first round matchups.
Here we go.
Coming up on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, halfway home on a Monday. Ben and Woods 97.3 The Fan. Been a fun show so far, and it's about to get a whole lot more fun. Something we've been doing since pretty much the beginning of the program. I'm Woodsy. That's Paul Reindl. He's our executive producer and has painstakingly gone through and put this thing together. It's kind of a pain in the ass, to be sure, but he's done it, does it every year. Ben Higgins does the seating for this every year. I do nothing for this, and that's the way I like it.
Shall we
Woods reacts, and then if his team doesn't win, he doesn't want to do it anymore.
Then I get mad. Yeah, and I stomp my feet.
So let's quickly Ben-splain what are drops for the non-radio, the radio layman out there. Our drops are the short little sound bites that we save that Paulie has access to on his computer. Got like pages and pages of things that, whatever we thought were funny or unique or different. It's us, it's our guests, it's just random sound that we have pulled from news stories over the years. And we put them in the computer, and then Paulie brings them up when he feels like it's appropriate or could be funny to throw in little drop. And then what we do is broke my back. Each year we take our 32 favorites and we put them into a bracket, and we let our tier 1 listeners decide our tournament of drops winners, and we do it over the next week and a half or so with each of the matchups. So Paulie, if you would reveal once again the field of 32 that we first unveiled last week for the 2023 Tournament of Drops.
Is it extra sweet because it's against the Dodgers?
Good morning, guys.
Can I get a oh yeah?
Big dumper come Fernando. I didn't even get a free meatball out of the deal. It's flapping. There it is. Where are these cream pies coming from?
Hold on. Remix.
Rams.
Millen. That was good.
All right. Did you catch a game last night? Do you like hot fudge sundaes? Have you tried the lasagna? It's my favorite. Is it still hot out there?
Okay, how are you? We are winning the World Series in 2022.
I love Ben and Woods.
Finally, the chance for somebody to get on and do some good sports talk radio.
Oh, yeah, the Padres won.
There it was. Glory hole.
The series is over.
Let's go San Diego.
Good morning, everybody.
Look at Nelly Cruz. Suck it.
Are you ready to blast the moon?
Toilets! That's what's in.
So, sports.
All right, there's the field alphabetically. But we went through all the hard work in seeding them last week to try to get some, intriguing matchups for our 4 different regions. We have the Ben region, the Woods region, the Paul region, and the Adam region this year in the NCAA tournament. No one's geographically protected. You just got to play your matchups where they are slotted to be played. And today we will go through the first round matchups in the Ben and Paul regions. And then you can go to our Twitter page at Ben and Woods, and we're going to put up the polls, and you'll have 24 hours to vote on the winners of each matchup. And then the winners move on. We'll do the other 8 first round matchups and so forth until we should have a winner next Tuesday by the time we get through the field of 32 here.
So tomorrow we'll know who won
today's matchups, and we'll go through
the
other 8 first round matchups for a total of 16.
Moves quickly.
It's very involved.
Yeah, it's not a 3-week process like the NCAA tournament.
When do we go up live?
Right after this segment.
Right after this segment.
Yep.
Paulie will go
Got
to
the poll
Twitter.
ready?
Polls are ready. They're saved in the drafts, and all you have to do is go vote. And vote with your heart, not your head. Vote with your heart. Okay.
Just vote for the one you like the best.
I've already seen people say, "Oh, I'm going to vote for that's what's in," and I'll kill you if you do that. Because if that thing moves,
it should be a 100 to 0% victory.
Because I never want to hear something
right,
on the loose.
Let's go through the matchups here and give a little analysis of each one. So, what do we got first, Paul?
All right, the number 1 overall seed from the Ben region. Carving guy.
Have you tried the lasagna? It's my favorite.
Just a juggernaut. Just a straight up juggernaut.
He's just so corporate.
Yeah.
In his response to the carving station customer.
One of the reasons that I like that one is that he's a carving guy at a prime rib station asking somebody to eat something else. Hey,
Well, I mean,
have you tried the
as we
lasagna?
learned,
Have you tried the lasagna?
As we
Have you tried the lasagna? It's my
the
favorite.
company wants you to eat as little of the prime rib as possible.
That's true.
They want
That's
it to be
also true.
sliced dime thin.
Yes,
If you
dime
try
thin.
to ask
But
for
I
something
want the carving
thicker,
guy to tell me that the prime rib that he's about to serve me is his favorite.
you get dissuaded from it. You get sent to the lasagna. Anything but that expensive prime rib. They are really trying to misdirect you and lead you somewhere else.
Yes. Yeah.
And he's going up against the 8 seed, a Ben drop from the Ben region, one of the thousands of Ben drops that I don't even remember where this came from.
Big dumper.
Wow.
Big dumper.
Big dumper.
Big dumper. You
could've
think
been-
I said it? I'd have an idea of why I said it or where I said it. But this is one of those random, lower seeds that finds its way into the tournament.
You could have been talking about Nick Martinez. You could have been talking about Manny Machado. You could have been talking about Fernando Tatis Jr. You could have been talking about
I don't think I was referring to someone's backside.
Big
though. Dumper.
what were you?
I don't use that as a slang for someone's backside. So
No, that's what
I'm
you
not
want people
sure.
to think.
this is
Oh,
like they won their conference tournament somehow. They were like a 5 seed in their conference tournament. They pulled off a couple of upsets, and here they are going up against Carving Guy in the first round.
big dumper.
Should be a fairly lopsided matchup.
I would imagine.
Our 4-5 matchup in the Ben region has a relatively new entrant, Juan Soto. Good morning, everybody.
I mean, that is strong.
That's the 4 seed.
That is
Recent but strong.
strong.
Yep, his greeting every morning on
So
Padres
good.
question of the day videos.
So good that we've added it to our show open.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Strong.
that should tell you something.
He's going up against a 5 seed, the winner of last year's tournament, Don Orsillo. This was Don a couple of weeks ago out at spring training, the 5 seed.
I love Ben and Woods.
I love that one for personal reasons because I love Don, and it's nice to get some acknowledgement from him finally.
It is, but I sensed a little sarcasm in his response. Did you?
I
not?
love Ben and Woods.
No, that sounds
He was
that
playing with this
sounds-
stuff. He was playing with his food during that interview.
that sounds sincere.
All the times he said that we said we invited him, and he claimed
I never got the email.
never got the email or the word because he wanted to be on our show so badly, and wanted us to invite him. Yet we asked him like 10 million times, and he never came on with us.
He blamed Padres PR guy Eric Meyer.
Right.
Said I've actually
Director
gone.
of broadcasting.
Yeah, I've gone to Eric Meyer and said, why don't these guys ask me on? And Eric has been, I guess, just not getting.
They
the
just don't
emails.
like you, Don. They don't want you.
Yep.
But we do. We did want him on.
We would do a daily with Don Orsillo if he was so
Yeah.
inclined. A daily segment.
Donnie Spring Training.
That's-
We could have him on from
That's how
Arizona.
much we love Don Orsillo.
Yeah.
Our 6-3 matchup in the Ben region features the 6 seed, Steve Ballmer.
Another new one, but
Very
I love
new,
that
but
one.
Great.
I think if that had been around a little bit longer, it might have been a higher seed. Just so new that it didn't get a higher seed in the tournament.
And the 3 seed, another Ben drop. Ben trying to roll his R's.
It's flapping. There it is.
Wow. That's the extra part of it.
I think this could be a very even matchup. Toilets.
I think this is the
Oh,
clear winner.
It's flapping. There it is.
My tongue
is flapping.
How do you not vote for that? Have you been practicing?
Not as much this last week.
Try it again.
Burrito. Burrito.
Burrito.
That's it's rolling. Burrito. Burrito. Burrito.
Nope.
Wrapping up the Ben region, we have your 7 seed,
Come Fernando.
and he's going up against another.
Sounds like an
Carving
ABBA
guy.
song.
An ABBA
Yeah,
song?
Fernando.
Fernando.
Yeah.
The 2 seed in the Ben region is another Carving guy drop.
Do you like hot fudge sundaes?
Oh wow! How is that a 2 seed?
Speaking to like a 10-year-old girl, by the way.
There are creepy undertones to that question.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
I would say so.
All right, so those are the matchups of the top half of the left side of our bracket.
Okay.
And now we
Vote
move over
wisely.
to the Paul region for our other 4 matchups today.
We've got a 1 versus 8 matchup. The number 1 seed in the Paul region, another Carving guy,
Did you catch a game last night?
Just
Yeah.
phenomenal.
very
Phenomenal.
strong. And again, this
so
should
good
be
for sports radio too. Catch the game last night.
this should be a 100% sweep because the 8 seed is
That's what's in.
Have those guys moved out of town yet?
been evicted,
Yeah,
lost their jobs.
lost their jobs.
They'd be good for the NCAA selection show. Like, oh, Nevada, that's what's in.
Nope.
They're in the tournament.
Don't give them any credibility.
That's what's in.
It's your 1-8 matchup. We got a 4-5 matchup. The 4 seed, Matthew McConaughey.
Are you ready to bless the mood?
He was blessing like a
The Moody Center in at the University
Austin,
of Texas.
yeah.
new building, and he was there for the ribbon cutting.
They had him up there, and he just spontaneously broke into song. No one knows.
Everyone kind of looked at him like he was nuts.
I need some help here.
Yeah, there is no song "Bless the Mood."
What are you doing?
He made it up, and then wants everyone to sing along.
Will you do this with me? Just because it'll make me feel good. It is time to bless the mood. Are you ready to bless the mood? Are you ready?
Everyone's like, what the hell is
bless
happening right now?
the mood? Are you ready to
No one
bless
singing.
the mood? I need some
Not
help.
one
please.
person.
Not one
Are you
person.
ready to
No.
bless the mood?
Don't want to help you.
Are you ready to? Come on now.
And he
Back
just keeps
up.
digging.
Bless the mood. 1, 2, 3. Are you ready to bless the mood?
Nobody still.
Are you ready to bless the mood? Are you ready
They're
to
just staring at
bless the mood? Come on, CDC. Are you ready to bless the mood? Are you ready to bless the mood?
No.
Are you ready? Are we ready to bless the mood? It starts right now. Thank you, Irwin Center.
Oh my God.
Lord.
Forgot how cringy that was.
It's the definition of being on an island. Just no one wants to sing along, no one wants to clap, no one wants to do anything. Wow.
So bless the mood.
Are you ready
The 4
to
seed.
bless the mood?
Going up against the 5 seed, Blake Snell.
Hold on. Remix.
One of my favorites. One of my favorites.
That's a good matchup right there. We move on to a 6 versus 3. Your 6 seed.
Look at Nelly Cruz.
Love
look
that.
Look at Nelly Cruz. And he's going up against a caller. I don't know if it was to our show or to the station.
That was good.
I think
Dave.
that was Dave.
That's Dave, right?
That was to us. Yeah.
Yeah.
He called us, and it was so good.
Very
It was one of his, like,
enthusiastic
8-minute
Dave.
rants.
Yeah.
That was good.
Haven't heard from Dave in a while. He was a big Eric Hosmer guy, so maybe he's in a little bit of mourning. Eric Hosmer, a Chicago Cub now.
Yeah. And wrapping things up, our 7 versus 2 matchup, a 7 seed. This was in studio last summer. We had Mark Grant joining us. I don't remember why he said this, but he did.
Suck it.
Okay.
And he is going up against maybe the strongest 2 seed in the entire tournament. How this wasn't a 1 seed, I don't know. This might have been an egregious snub.
Okay.
Your 2 seed.
Where are these cream pies coming from?
Lord.
I think that was when you asked Mark Grant, what do you like to do with your lollipops?
No.
And then he said, suck it.
I can't remember what he
Suck
was
it.
talking about. This is getting dicey. It's getting dicey.
A little bit. All right. So those are the 8 matchups for today's first round. And you can now go to our Twitter feed. Is it up?
It
It's
will
up.
be.
It's
Oh,
up. And you can vote on those 8 matchups, and we will reveal the results tomorrow and give you the next 8 matchups in our tournament of drops.
Yeah, make sure if after you vote, retweet it so everybody can
Oh,
see
here
it
it is, yeah.
too. Yeah.
I'm going to be the first vote. I've got a vote in. All right, here we go. Yes, got it. All right, just go all the way down through the thread, and you can get all the votes in very easily. 1 click, and then 8 more clicks,
And
you're good to
retweet
go.
the thread.
Yeah.
So that it grows.
So everybody can see it out there.
Yep. I'm going to vote too. Somebody already voted from Ben and Wood, so now I have to.
I didn't because I don't have,
You don't have the
password, so I can't get in.
Wasn't me.
Someone, really, one of the non-3 of us is voting in our Ben and Woods account.
Who's got our password?
Must be Adam.
All right.
All right, let's come back. We'll I think it's time. Is it time for our tier 1 tour already? Yep. The Seattle Mariners, the rivalry, the Vetter Cup rivalry opponent coming off their first playoff season in a couple of decades will be our next team in our spring training preview of the camps. We'll get to that. And then Jordan Schusterman from the Cespedes Family Barbecue will join us at the bottom of the hour coming up on San Diego's #1 sports station, back after a check of traffic here on 91.37 The Fan. Why are you laughing at me?
Wow.
Over there? You're making me nervous.
91.37.
You're making me
The
nervous.
fan.
Don't do that with that face.
Hold on. Remix.
Yeah.
Cespedes got him.
No, you got me by looking at me.
Cespedes got
You got me by looking at me on 97.3 The Fan. Traffic time. Rutherford on his podcast, Baseball Isn't Boring. Every day, Rob takes you through the league, spotlights what makes the game fun, talking with players, managers, GMs, reporters, all who shine a light on America's pastime. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. We certainly don't think it's boring, or we wouldn't be doing our Tier 1 tour of all 30 teams.
It'd be a tough job if we thought baseball was boring. This job would actually suck.
It would be a pretty
This would
bad
be
job.
one of the worst gigs in the world if you didn't like baseball.
It's funny because it feels like in San Diego, there used to be more people who didn't like baseball. Maybe you just didn't like bad baseball and losing every year, because it turns out that winning baseball with star players is actually quite fun and entertaining.
It's pretty enjoyable, I'd say.
It really is.
Yeah.
Same feeling in Seattle, where they had struggled for many years and all of a sudden have put together what is a very intriguing team. They made the playoffs last year, and no reason to think they shouldn't do so again, led by a lineup capped by maybe the most exciting young superstar player in all of baseball, Julio Rodriguez.
He is, it's weird, man. We went to one spring training game with my 5-year-old, and that was the first game of the year, the San Diego Padres against the Seattle Mariners. Julio Rodriguez was on the program, and my son has been obsessed with him ever since. And I was telling him about him, what a good, young, exciting player. We've gotten to watch him a little bit in the WBC. And now my 5-year-old will not stop talking about Julio Rodriguez. It's all you hear around our house is Julio Rodriguez. He is what Fernando was when he came up, and he's the 5-tool guy. And he's going to be anchoring that lineup. He's going to be leading off for them more than likely. Ty France, former Padre, who has really settled in nicely there in Seattle, has found a home.
It's a good hitter.
Good hitter, man. Eugenio Suarez is a good player. They acquired Teoscar Hernandez in a trade. They got Colton Wong to anchor some, help defensively and offensively. You've got J.P. Crawford at short, and then you've got their kind of young up-and-comer Jared Kelenic as well. They've got a good team, but I think where you're really excited if you're a Mariners fan, you feel like you're pretty balanced because you have a good offensive lineup, but then you get to your pitching staff and you go, oh boy, this is where we can win.
And it seems like maybe one of the best staffs they've put together in a long time. They had, of course, the trade to acquire Luis Castillo from the Reds last season. You pair him with Robbie Ray, who's a Cy Young type pitcher. He stays healthy, can really be solid. And then they've got some depth as well with Logan Gilbert, Marco Gonzalez, Chris Flexen, George Kirby. It's not, those aren't names that blow your hair back, but at the same time, I think their rotation will be the envy of a number of teams, given the depth and just an overall solid starting rotation.
Absolutely, as will their bullpen with Paul Sewald, Andres Munoz, who you remember if you're a Padres fan, Matt Brash, who you will remember if you're a Padres fan, Diego Castillo is nasty. They've got a really, really good bullpen as well. I expect them, Ben, to be right there in the mix at the end of the year for definitely a playoff team. Again, I don't really see them taking a step back.
The biggest challenge is, of course, the division they play in. They've got the defending World Series champion Astros to try to get past. That's always a tough task. The Angels are always that team with, 2 superstar players that you worry about, at least, even though they haven't had success. You always, is this the year for the Angels? And the Rangers have gone out and spent a bunch of money again. So, you got at least 4 of the 5 teams in your division, kind of like the AL or the NL East, that all feel like there's not a lot of easy outs there in your divisional matchups.
Sneaky fun division for, it's going to be really, really fun. The Astros are still the class of that division, certainly. But like you said, the Rangers making moves, Bruce Bochy back at the helm. They got some pitching, they got some hitting. They're going to make some waves, I think, this season as well. So should be a fun one. But again, I just don't see the Mariners taking a big step back. I think it ignited a little bit in that city, much like it did here the last couple of seasons, or last season, especially with the San Diego Padres. Seattle's pretty hungry and starving for a winner for their baseball squad as well. So looking forward to watching them. Paulie, any lingering love for Seattle from growing up there and being a Griffey fan? And
Not really.
Happy
to see them make the playoffs last year, I guess,
for your buddies and stuff up there.
So many of my friends even were they're trying to get back into it. They have an exciting team for all the reasons you just laid out. primarily J-Rod.
Yeah,
he's so exciting
so
to
fun
watch.
to watch, man.
And getting playoff baseball was a big deal up there. But I mean, before last year, they had not made the playoffs since 2001.
It's crazy,
and it just was kind of dying out. And the Seahawks, conversely, were rising during that time. They couple Super Bowl appearances, a Super Bowl victory.
Yeah, it sweeps
and
baseball
it
right to the back.
It became a football town for sure.
Obviously, Major League Baseball, for whatever reason, designated the Mariners the Padres' natural rivals many years ago when interleague play started, and everyone was always so confused by that. Other than a spring training complex and touching the Pacific Ocean, essentially, what did those teams have that created a rivalry? So
lack of playoff success,
and so of course, Padres fans came up with, well, Eddie Vedder they have in common. He went to high school in San Diego and became a grunge star up in Seattle. So,
but he's a Cub fan, which is the best.
The Vedder Cup was kind of born tongue in cheek, but now, legitimately, it should be one of the more anticipated interleague matchups in baseball when the Padres and Mariners square off against each other.
Well, that could be a World Series matchup any of the next 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, I agree. And then, of course, when you look at what some of the guys in their starting lineup and then some of the guys in the bullpen, you're like, oh yeah, those are our guys. We gave you those guys. So we got Austin Nola back. Don't know how much they miss him in Seattle. Right now they got Cal Raleigh as their backstop, and he's a really good player. And the bullpen arms that they got from the Padres are certainly going to help them win a lot more ball games than they lose.
Yep. Although Nola's having a really good spring.
He is.
And I'm kind of crossing my fingers. He's one of those players that I'm like, we haven't seen much out of Nola, but we know there's a good hitter in there.
Yeah.
That a 300 hitting Nola. I mean, how deep could this lineup potentially be?
Extremely.
If a couple of those guys actually perform as well,
and
in addition to the superstars at the top.
And not to get off on a massive Padres tangent, I'm sure we will before the show's over, but what Austin Nola showed me, and I think this fan base last year in the playoffs, really spoke volumes about how much they trust him and believe in him. So IE did a really, really good job, caught every single inning, as we all know that story. But yeah, man, I expect a good season. I have no pressure on him now. He's been here. Like, just go out there and play. And he hit really well in the first couple rounds of the playoffs, then not so much, but that was to be expected, I think.
The Tier 1 Tour continues to motor along, powered by my engine. Coming up, we'll talk a little more baseball, though, with our friend Jordan Schusterman. Saw him out at spring training in Peoria. He was visiting Padres camp, so we'll talk Padres and more from Cespedes Family Barbecue. He will join us coming up next on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. 17 days until opening day of the Major League Baseball season. World Baseball Classic is already underway and pretty spectacular. We'll talk about all of it. Jordan from Cespedes Family Barbecue standing by. He'll join us after traffic. First, this hour on 97.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5-Hour Energy. Visit 5hourenergy.com and replace your afternoon coffee with a 5-Hour Energy. It's perfect when you're feeling coffeeed out and your stomach will thank you. Discover 5-Hour Energy. Learn more at 5hourenergy.com. Jordan Schusterman after traffic here on 97.3 The Fan.
From the premier Buick GMC of Carlsbad Traffic Center, part of the Premier Auto Family, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by your local San Diego County, the UPS store. Still a few problem spots here, guys. One of them is this crash blocking the 2 left lanes on southbound side of the 805 before University. Also traveling on the northbound 15 right before Friars Road. There's a vehicle fire over the right shoulder. And in the North County, hit and run crash in middle lane, southbound side of the 15, just before Center City Parkway. Your local San Diego County, the UPS store locations are hosting a shred event from March 20th through March 25th. 50% off shredding services. Visit theupsstore.com for the location nearest you. See store for details. I'm Kelly Danick with Ben & Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Now let's go out to our premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad fan hotline. We saw him out at Peoria when we were there a couple of weeks ago, and it's good to see him back. He's on our Zoom. If you're on the YouTube feed right now, Jordan Schusterman from Cespedes Family Barbecue back with us here on Ben & Woods. Jordan, good morning to you.
Oh, it is so good to see you guys. I am so excited to be, 17 days?
Yes, 17
days. And with the WBC, I'm not even thinking about opening day right now. So this is a very fun time of the year for baseball.
It really does scratch the itch, and it has been, from what I've seen, a lot of fun. So I wanted to start there. How jacked is your sleep schedule right now? Because you and your partner Jake have been all over this. And I mean all over it. Every detail. You gotta be a wreck right now.
Yeah, it's really about picking your spots in pool play. You gotta kind of identify the games that you are going to miss. Because if you just decide, I'll watch all of them, that's just not plausible. So I feel like we've done a pretty good job of kind of balancing, tell Jake, you're going to stay up for this one. All right, I'll wake up at 5 a.m. for Ohtani facing China, all kinds of stuff like that. But this tournament, as we all know, it doesn't come around every so often. And I'm not going to miss these opportunities to watch these games. There's just nothing like it. And I don't want to forget, watching Ohtani playing in the Tokyo Dome, even if that means I'm waking up at whatever hours and staying up for, 14 straight hours of games over the weekend. So I can't complain. It's been a ton of fun.
It has. It's been a little bit difficult to find certain games. You have to do a little bit of work to find them. You've got to download things to your smart TV that you didn't know that you needed. Tubi. And I finally put on Fox Sports the other day. I'm like, what's this NASCAR thing? There's 14 people in the stands at this NASCAR race, and I'm seething at home. Get this off my TV. I want to watch some baseball. They gotta learn from this, and they have to figure out a way to do it better next time.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is, you could apply this to a lot of things in baseball, of course,
yes,
in terms of broadcasting and whatnot. But I got to say, as a fan of many different winter leagues and foreign leagues, I'm quite adept at finding ways to watch. We'll just leave it at that.
He's younger than we are. My son tries to explain to me how to do a VPN and things like that, and I'm just too old at this point.
Let's just say, we have our ways. But I agree with you. I do wish it was a little bit easier for everyone to watch these things. But of course, the time zones make it hard no matter what for some of these games. But I do hope now, as we sort of move towards the knockout stage, that more of these games are in prime time, and we sort of understand, this is a game that everybody should be tuning in for.
Talking to Jordan from Cespedes Family Barbecue here on 97.3 The Fan. And obviously the U.S. got smacked around by Mexico last night. And, it seems like Team USA is a little light on pitching. I don't know if you or Jake were tweeting about it just a couple of minutes ago, but it seems clear that the United States didn't get our best pitchers that were possible. A lot of them, the Stars, decided to focus on spring training and preparation. Padres, no exception. I mean, we got Joe Musgrove and Blake Snell, who are not pitching in the WBC. Yu Darvish, though, is pitching in the WBC for Japan. Is this Is this a drawback? Do we need to be doing something differently? I mean, it's hard to criticize players who want to get ready for the season the way they want to get ready for it, but it seems like Team USA is at a bit of a disadvantage because of it.
Yeah, I see it two ways. One, sure, yes, it's true. In terms of like what percentile pitching are we getting out of the pool of players that we are able to access? Yes, it is much lower than some of the other teams, like you mentioned, of course, Darvish and Ohtani, but Julio Urias, pitching for Mexico. I mean, he is so important to the Dodgers, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to go pitch for Mexico. That's what's going to happen. Sandy Alcantara, same thing. Like, there's other examples of the other teams, and we just finished recording our podcast right before I hopped on here, and we spent a long time at the start of the show. So, you can go listen to Baseball Barbacast and hear all the reasons why we think this is. And a lot of it comes down to we just don't care as much. And I think that's a reality that we have to accept, is that for the U.S., it's so easy to just build this roster and be like, oh, well, look at the lineup. I mean, we're not going to lose. Well, it's baseball. It's not like, international basketball where talent will just overwhelm every other team that you face. And this is the other difference. USA won it all in 17. Teams they're facing now are just objectively better. These teams are more well prepared. The talent level on all these other international teams, whether it is Mexico, whether it is even Canada, who they have coming up tonight, like, these are good lineups with really talented players. And if you don't come to play, like, they're going to beat you. At the same time, it's not like this U.S. pitching staff is bad. It's still a 95th percentile pitching staff for the whole tournament. And so I don't really want to hear excuses about how, oh, well, we don't, like, yes, sure, your pitching is still way better than the entirety of the Mexican pitching staff or Colombia or Canada. And so, listen, it was a step back. There's a totally realistic chance that the USA just rolls through the rest of the tournament anyway. But I don't think we should be shocked that you can drop a game to a very talented Mexican team when, yeah, you don't have the best pitchers in the world on the mound. They should be good enough to still win. But yeah, I wasn't totally shocked by that.
We are talking to our pal Jordan from Cespedes Family Barbecue. What has been for you guys the most? I loved your piece that you did on Shlomo, the pitcher for Team Israel. That was really well done. But what has been kind of your biggest surprise? Because what's happening to me is I'm watching guys come in for Venezuela. I'm watching guys come in for other teams, and I'm going, who's this guy? Like mid-90s, power sinker, and like, oh, he's a Cardinals prospect. He's 25, and I'm like, I've never heard of this dude. And they're just
Great Britain throwing 101.
Yes, it's just like, what for you guys has, and you guys are so in depth with this. You cover all the stuff that, frankly, guys like us don't have the time to do. But like, for you guys, what's been a couple of your biggest surprises and things that you guys are stoked about as far as the future of these guys getting back to their big league clubs?
Yeah, well, I think, and I think the one you're referencing, Guillermo Zuniga for Colombia, yeah, just like chucking 102 like it's nothing. And
no big
sure,
deal.
I mean, velocity is, even compared to 2017 across the entire world of baseball, is higher than it was even then. So I'm sure that's part of it. But I think that is the fun of it, right? It is the guys that you don't necessarily know. It's the guys on Samurai Japan who you hope are going to come and play in MLB one day. But also you have to recognize that is one of the best leagues in the world. And there's a reason they're still playing over there, because of how important it is over there and how important it is for them to play for their national team and to represent their country. And I mean, look at what Japan did, just steamrolling their pool like that. That was so much fun to watch, because it's like that on paper is exactly what was supposed to happen. And when you get to see Ohtani play at home, like there's the obvious things like getting to see the best players on the biggest stage. But at the same time, I know I'm going to get to watch this whole Team USA team all season long. So how much do I really, sure, they're all in the same lineup, and that's cool to see a batting champion hitting ninth and, all these great players, whatever. But it's way more fun to see the guys that are never being able to play against the best players in the world have the opportunity to compete against them. Whether that's Team Israel and Nicaragua in Pool D is a crazy, underdog story. And seeing over in Pool B, when you see the teams taking on Japan, like the Czech Republic and China, like taking on this international powerhouse, like this is what we said, all over the last few months about why we're so excited about this tournament. The context, the talent gap, these are not things you see in our sport. It just does not allow for it because of the calendar, because of the kinds of competitions that we play. And so that's what's just so unique about it, and why, you don't want to miss the opportunity to see some of these matchups.
All right. Woods and I have both been impressed really by Team Japan, and obviously they haven't taken on the U.S. or Dominican Republic or any of those teams yet, but not just the Shohei Ohtani and the major leaguers, but they got this Roki Sasaki pitcher who, could be in the big leagues in a few years if he comes over. How close do you think Japanese baseball is now I mean, so much closer than it used to be to American baseball. The talent level, just the proficiency of the game over there is always impressive when I watch.
Oh, yeah. And I think the velocity component is important too, because that was maybe one of the first things you would always say when you were comparing NPB and MLB is like, oh, well, like they are really good, but how many pitchers over there are throwing, 93, 94 plus? And now, sure, it's obviously not anywhere close to what it is in MLB, but the best pitchers over there, their stuff is as good as it is as the guys over here. And how many guys do you need to see come over and do that to believe it? I think we're going to see another one in Kodai Senga this year with the Mets. But I mean, Yoshinobu Yamamoto and Roki Sasaki, like Sasaki, it's going to be a while before we see him. I mean, he's only 21, but Yamamoto, I think, could come over after this season. And it is a really, really, really high level. It's so different for so many reasons that it's hard to really compare. I mean, when you talk about fewer teams, you talk about a different baseball, you talk about a different environment. Like there's so many parts of it that make it difficult to compare. But it's easily the second best league in the world, and I know that the best players over there can be the best players over here, and I think we've seen enough examples of that to believe it.
Yeah, one glaring one right now. The guy just hit one almost off of his face at the scoreboard in Shohei Ohtani. I'm not sure I've seen a ball hit that hard. Well, since Kyle Schwarber did it against the Padres in the playoffs.
We don't talk about that.
We don't have to talk about that. That's fine.
That ball has not landed yet.
It's scorched, man. Talking to our pal Jordan Schusterman from Cespedes Family Barbecue. So storylines for the big leagues, obviously, San Diego Padres getting a lot of publicity. And I kind of made the point this morning of take heed and take caution, Padres fans, as you watch the U.S. and the WBC. Great teams are not necessarily always built on paper, and you look at it and go, we're going to just steamroll everybody. This is how it's going to be. Now we've got some pretty good pitching too if it stays healthy, but the Padres notwithstanding, what are some of the other things that you guys are really looking to hone in on this season? Or will that just kind of tell you as it comes along, or are there things that you guys are focused on before the season starts?
Sure. Yeah, it has been unique with the WBC. Like, I haven't really locked in on MLB. Like, I know for the first week or so, I was watching spring training, pitch clock, all these things. I mean, that's a whole other conversation.
Sure.
And that's super important, and it is going to change the way we watch the game for sure. But as far as just like feeling teams out and looking at rosters and depth charts and what's projected, who's projected for what, and who am I expecting to be good and disappointed, all these things, like it really hasn't set in yet because I've been so focused on this other tournament. At the same time, I mean, I'm so excited. Like after the offseason that we just had, and all these players that changed teams, but also the pressure on the teams that maybe didn't do enough, and some of the stories that we had coming out of last year, like of course the Padres, the teams that maybe had these amazing seasons and then came up short, like the Padres, like my favorite team, the Mariners. Like I'm obviously excited for them this season. But there's so many teams that I'm fascinated to see how they follow up last year. And then, all the obvious ones, like the Dodgers are a team this is the least confident I feel like I've been in the Dodgers coming into the season. I'm sure you guys are happy to hear that. At the same time,
scares us now.
Still
just
scary,
like, normal. They're really good.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not that good. Oh, that's even more scary.
Lying in the weeds, now they're playing up the underdog. I'm like, oh my God, the underdog Dodgers. This is so
nobody believed in us Dodgers.
And anyone trying to play that narrative, I mean, I hope that's not the case.
No, it's really happened. Happened.
But the Padres, man, I mean, there's so much about this roster that I'm fascinated. And now, we have all these amazing stars, and Tatis coming back. And now you add in Tim Lopes and Jose Azocar, who you can't get out in spring training.
Incredible.
I mean, this lineup just keeps getting better and better. So I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited about the San Diego Padres.
Jordan, last thing for me, as we said, we saw you in Peoria. You were at the end of your Arizona trip. What was the non-baseball highlight of your trip to Arizona? For me, it was discovering the Ferris wheel of meatballs at the Sicilian Butcher restaurant in Glendale.
Thing. Yep.
Ferris wheel of meatballs. They just had 6 meatballs and an entire Ferris wheel that they brought out to you. Anything happened to you crazy fun while you were on your trip?
Oh my God, that's a great question. I mean, I will say that the weather was bizarre when I was down there.
We almost died. I think we almost died.
In the Midwest, it wasn't exactly a warm reprieve that I was hoping for. But yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, I gotta say too, like, I wish I had a better answer for you, but this is maybe what makes who I am. Like, I was going to college games at night. Like there was no non-baseball part of my
that
trip.
is impressive.
That's unreal.
Where did you hit? Arizona State? Where were you going?
Well, there was the
I was at there was the MLB Desert Invitational.
Oh, the tournament.
That was the same week we were there.
Yeah.
Grand Canyon University, I think.
Yep.
Like,
I went
I
and saw
love
Grand Canyon host Tennessee. That was an amazing environment, and also a great.
Like Juan Soto was on the broadcast for doing part of the game.
Yeah,
he was. I watched him wander in. That was the game before there was at Salt River, and I watched Soto wander in with Jan Jones, his former Nationals teammate, and he sat with Howie Kendrick. So it was a whole like 2019 Nationals reunion. But it was just very funny. And whenever you see stuff like that, you know, first of all, you love it because it's like Juan Soto could be anywhere right now, and here he is, you know, watching Arizona against Tennessee. But just thinking about what he's thinking about, you know, Juan Soto would still not be the oldest college baseball player this year, which is partially a reflection of what college baseball is right now.
Right.
And also, you know, a reminder of Juan Soto. So
this is the BYU
yeah,
baseball team we're talking about again.
It was good.
Well, if you think you love baseball, I think I love baseball. You couldn't have dragged me out, you guys, to one of
another
those games.
baseball game.
No chance. No, I'm like, guy, are you kidding? No. There's just no chance.
That's why we follow the Cespedes Family Barbecue.
Yeah, you guys are really killing it. I was listening to PGA Tour Radio, the Players Championship, and every other minute I'm getting an ad for the Baseball Barbacast on Sirius XM. It's like, hey, it's Jordan and Jake, and I'm going, wait, I know those guys.
Yeah,
I've met those guys, and now they're advertising a national like baseball show, podcast, radio thing on Sirius. So congratulations, that's really awesome. And
keep it up, my friend.
Keep killing it, man.
Thank you, guys. Always good to be on with you.
Jordan Schusterman, Cespedes Family Barbecue with us on our Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad fan hotline. Save money the right way with Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad. Visit them today in the Carlsbad Auto Mall. Chevrolet, find new roads.
That dude is good, man. He is good.
I mean, if I had said we're going to go to a college baseball game one of those nights when we were in Arizona, you love baseball.
I love baseball. I love it. It's in my blood. Those guys will dive into the minutia of everything. They know he was wearing a Tin Caps hat, by the way. Thanks for supporting my son's T-ball team, the Tin Caps, Jordan. I do appreciate it. They know so much, and it's almost intimidating when they start talking. You're like, I need to get my ass in gear, and there's just no way. There's no way to follow everything that they follow. They really do a good job tag teaming it too. You heard how he said, all right, man, Jake, you got the 5 a.m. game. I'm staying up, or you're staying up and I'm getting up early. They do such a great job, and they have turned their life's passion into a full-time career now. And I think that's pretty awesome.
Just a reminder, our Ben & Woods Open Golf Tournament is coming up Thursday, April 6th at Rancho Bernardo Inn. Slots go on sale next Wednesday, March 22nd. Be ready for that link when we send it out. They went quickly last year. Thank you to our sponsors, Travis Matthew, Daily Engineering, and Sombreros Mexican Food. Going to provide some of the grub out there at the tournament on April 6th. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to our Reindl report. Had a big trade in the NFL yesterday. Didn't think we'd talk any NFL today, but it's always happening any time of the year on 97.3 The Fan. Woods, how's that banana?
Delicious.
No whipped cream on the
whipped
banana.
cream today, buddy.
You know what tomorrow is, though?
Tuesday,
March 14th. 3.14
Pie Day.
is pie. Tomorrow is Pie Day, Woods.
Well,
Pie Day.
I know what I'm ordering for dessert. My famous banana cream pie.
All right, but I think for radio purposes, dessert should come between 6 and 10 a.m.
Okay.
And we should have a cream pie in the studio.
That could get us kicked off the air for good.
Yeah. I don't know that we can put any of that on the radio, on the YouTube stream.
I think even if you faked it.
I have some leftover shepherd's pie in the fridge. It's not what you're looking for on National Pie Day. I mean, you can have savory pies too.
Let's talk pies for a moment,
Apple.
shall we? Why? Just as an aside, we've got an hour left. Do you like savory? Do you guys like savory pie?
I do. Chicken pot pie,
Chicken
shepherd's
pot pie kicks ass. We've got in our freezer. I don't know when my wife bought it. It's
steak and ale pie.
It's a Marie Callender's pot pie, a family pot pie. It's the size of a tire. It's this big. It's going to take, I think I saw in the oven, like an hour and a half to make. It's too big to be microwaved. It won't even fit in the microwave.
Don't microwave it. The crust is not flaky if you microwave it. You need to put that thing in the oven.
They're tough to make at home.
They take
from
forever.
Frozen.
They
You
take
either
forever.
put it in the oven for like an hour.
Yeah. This is
try
an
to microwave
hour and
it.
45.
That's not good.
No.
It's terrible, actually.
So you put it in, and about halfway through, you put some foil on top so you don't overburn the crust on top, and then it comes out nice and golden, but really hot and bubbly on the inside.
Now, here's the problem, though.
Like so hot, it'll scorch your face
That's
if
the
you don't
thing.
wait.
So there's a couple different problems with the pot pie. The hour and 45-minute cook time is a problem. Number two, it's an hour 45-minute wait for it to cool down to where it's actually edible. So you're looking at a good solid 3.5. You put it in at noon, you're having lunch at 3:30. The other thing is no one I don't know why she bought it. No one in the house eats them but me. She won't eat a pot pie. My kids will not eat a pot pie. So now I'm staring at it every day going, it's a suicide mission if I eat it. It probably has, I guess, 75,000 grams of sodium. If I had to guess, I'm not going to eat just a little bit of it. If I do go through, you make something for 3.5 hours, I can eat the whole thing. No problem. Couldn't you pile one of those things down?
A pot pie?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
a big one.
I mean, I think so. Yeah. I mean, do you eat it straight out of there, or do you wedge it up piece by piece?
I've never wedged because
you just like to go for it.
the filling is not firm.
No, it
in a
just
savory
oozes
pie.
all over the place. Then you just have wet, oozy filling.
Yeah. So it's not like it's a pumpkin pie with a firm filling.
Yeah.
Do you like in your sweet pies, do you like a firm filling or a more gooey filling?
I like more of a firm filling.
I do too.
Yeah.
I do too.
A nice custardy, crisp,
It's hard to get though.
jiggly. Like I like grasshopper pie. Have you ever had that? It's got like mint. It's like a mint jello-y mint filling with an
Never heard
Oreo
of that.
crust. Yeah, really
But
good.
it's delicious.
I love it. And I like the Oreo crust when they're really thick, like you have to almost chisel it apart. Like it is so laden
bring me
with,
my hammer.
laden
power
with butter
saw.
and thick with
Buzz on-
Oreos. And it's like, yeah, I can barely even get this thing. It's frozen and it's solid. And I love that Oreo crust.
My wife, I almost said. My mom used to make this cream cheese pie that was like the wedge I would cut for it was about 3/4 of the pie. It was like this. It was just fully 6 inches across. I would eat it in 2 sittings. It's maybe the best thing I've ever had, but you have to let it sit and get firm. I really love pie. I love pie. I'm a big pie fan.
Now tomorrow's your day. Pie day,
All right.
3.14.
So explain for me again what 3.14 is.
It's the circumference, the ratio of the circumference of the circle. It's that kind of a magic number in geometry.
Now,
it never ends.
It's always consistent in every circle, no matter how big or small the circle. Same ratio.
Same ratio.
Yeah, circumference to radius, and it's a number that goes on to infinity. It's
Right.
not even. So it's 3.14159. And some people,
7,
I mean, there are people who can
3.
recite pi. They've like memorized it to hundreds of digits. I mean, can you imagine trying
If
to
I just
memorize
made it up, would
essentially
you guys know?
I knew the
random
10, the first
digits?
10 digits when I was like in school growing up.
Do people use pi on a daily basis?
Use it? Oh, I mean, everyone kind of, I think.
The reason I ask, I'm watching.
I mean, mathematically, probably not.
So I'm watching Castaway recently, the Tom Hanks movie. He's in the cave and he is talking to his volleyball and he is writing on the wall, trying to figure out exactly where he's lost, where he's located. And he says, he multiplies this by pi in that movie. Do you remember that part?
Yes.
He's doing why did he do that? Yeah. Why did he multiply it by pi? 3.14. Does that give you the circumference of the area they're looking?
It's trying to like figure out somehow geometrically how it works.
Okay.
I'm not a math major. So the guy, Akira Haraguchi, holds the unofficial world record. In 16 hours, he recited 100,000 digits of pi.
There's no way.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it?
It took him 16 hours.
Yeah, to just go through 3.14159, and he did that for 100,000 digits.
What, don't you have other stuff to do?
I would think so, but apparently not.
All right, let's pie talk on Ben and Woods. So tomorrow is Pi Day.
Tomorrow is Pi Day,
but not actual pie.
National Pi
It's
Day.
It celebrates the number.
But no, people have turned it into
Pie.
PIE Day, where they eat pie on National Pie Day.
I do like pies.
Everyone likes pies. Some people like cake. I'm a bit suspicious of those people.
I'm with you. If I had a choice, I'm going.
I like cake, but it always comes up
disappoints.
second to pie.
It really always
And
disappoints.
a really good chocolate, moist frosting.
Well, your
it's good.
pound cake was
It's very
pretty
delicious,
effing good.
absolutely. But is it as good as pie? That's what I'm saying.
Is creme brulee a pie?
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of a pie.
The crust is the sugary top,
Yeah.
and it's just like an upside down pie.
Yeah.
I like apple pie, but I love apple crisp.
I love apple crisps. And cherry crisp and crumbles.
Pineapple upside down.
Pineapple upside
cake.
down crumbles.
My mom would make a dump cake,
Oh, dump
pineapple,
cake's so good.
cherry filling,
Oh,
and then you just put
God.
the cake mix on top. Oh,
Peach crisp.
Yes.
Peach is
Cobblers.
great.
I
Yeah,
love cobblers as well.
They're all in the pie family.
They are.
All right. Speaking of in the family, let's go to Paul in our family for
Paul.
today's Randall Report.
And get things started here with our today's edition of the Rindle Report.
Now tuned into the greatest.
Welcome to the Rindle Report with Paul Rindle.
Hi, Paul.
all right.
2 stories from the world of sports that we haven't gotten to yet.
We'll start off in Major League Baseball.
And 1 story that you didn't know you needed.
Are you laughing, biatch?
It's the Rindle Report
Hey, Paul, how you doing? Okay, how are you?
on 97.3 The Fan.
Are you ready to bless the mood? I need some help, please.
That was good.
Can I get a oh yeah? Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
It's been half the field of
There's a lot of
the
tournament
of drops
drops.
right there in the Rhino Report Open. It's the Rhino Report brought to you by the San Diego Sockers. The Lords of Indoor are on the march to the Ron Newman Cup playoffs. Get your tickets today at sdsockers.com. Just had 7 or 8 minutes of delicious pie talk. You ain't gonna like my third story. Just tell you that right now. But first, we'll get the sports news out of the way. In the NFL yesterday, the Rams are trading cornerback Jalen Ramsey to the Miami Dolphins.
The man, the myth.
The man,
The myth. Didn't have the greatest of seasons last year. And to me, though, this is a cost-cutting move by the Rams. They got to get under the cap.
That's all they're doing is cost cutting. They're trying
And I've been
The man, the myth.
I always say I like how the NFL works and the parity that the salary cap creates. I don't like when you have to get rid of a popular good player, though, because you need to get under the cap. I'm sure most Rams fans would like to keep Jalen Ramsey. He's been one of the best cornerbacks in the league for the last several years, but you have to make some hard decisions when it's a firm cap. You can't just go over and pay a luxury tax you have to get under by whatever this new league date is. So they had to make a move that they probably didn't necessarily want to make.
The Rams are your classic tale of going all in, throwing all your cards on the table, pushing your chips into the middle. Every tired sports analogy you can use from the world of poker or anything else. They won their chip. They won their ring. That flag will fly forever. They are the Super Bowl champs from a few years ago, and they are now in a drastic, dramatic, pretty horrible rebuild.
Right.
And
Miami
I think
is sending a 2023 third-round pick and tight end Hunter Long. Jalen Ramsey was not upset about it. He tweeted out yesterday, I prayed for this specifically for about a month, and now it's happening at Miami Dolphins. Let's go.
Very happy to be
Dolphins clearly are going for it this year too.
Yes. Happy to be out of LA, heading down to Miami, and never know. A little new life, new team, and rejuvenate some of the fire, knowing that you have a team that's going for it.
I've never been to Miami, but it seems like a lot of pro athletes like Miami.
It's a nice place. It's warm, and the weather's nice, and you can
stylish.
It's very stylish, and we would not fit in Miami at all. No. We don't have the drip for Miami.
No. I don't even wear the drip you give me. I'm so anti-drip.
You are not a drip guy.
I am a drip.
You are a drip, but you're not a drip. A drip is one we haven't used in a while. We need to bring that back. Yeah. Such a drip.
This story surprised me over the weekend. I don't know that I'm officially ready to totally eat crow on the XFL, but did you guys see the scenes in St. Louis for the XFL this weekend? They had a sold out, the St. Louis Battlehawks sold out 38,310 people at their XFL game.
Where?
Packed. St. Louis. Now, former NFL market, does not have a team. I don't know if they're just dying for football there in St. Louis, but they were playing the Arlington Renegades. St. Louis won 24-11. But some of the images, sold out shoulder to shoulder. They had to open up the 300 level last week due to such a high demand for tickets.
I'm speechless. I truly am speechless.
We've talked about it a little bit over the last few weeks, the XFL, the USFL, these other random football leagues. And we're like, it just doesn't work, guys. 38,000.
They slapped us in the mouth with 38,000 strong.
All right. Well,
okay. It's still not okay. Fine. Oh, great. You're still not going to get me to watch. Not that matters, but I'm still not watching.
And look at this crowd. Their colors are blue and red. It looks like a Buffalo Bills playoff game or something.
They look like they've been St. Louis. What are their nicknames?
The Battlehawks.
They look like they've been Battlehawks fans for decades. I've been waiting for this big game against Arlington, the Renegades, their big rival. I am stunned. I'm shocked.
That is shocking.
I can't picture that happening here. Like if we had an exit, like would they sell out Snapdragon Stadium if we had an XFL team?
I think there'd be like 2,000 people, maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah. And it'd be parents and friends of the team.
But St. Louis, they lost their football team, and it's working really well so far. Yeah, I was very surprised by that. And finally, I saw this story last week, and I didn't want to bring it up, and then I saw a lot of people talking about it over the weekend.
I assume this was a fake prank when I saw it, because I saw it and I thought, no way.
It was recently National Ranch Dressing Day. Do you guys like ranch dressing out there?
I do. I do not.
And Hidden Valley announced that they have a new ranch dressing ice cream that'll be hitting Walmart stores starting a week from today, next Monday. It's a limited time deal. You're only going to have 2 months to try it out. And so it'll start next week and be around through the end of May. They partnered with Van Leeuwen.
Or is it savory?
Tastes like ranch.
It says, quote, savory flavors of ranch, including buttermilk, flavorful herbs, and a touch of sweetness.
Ranch.
A touch of sweetness.
The ranch has a little bit of sweetness to it.
I guess. It's mostly tangy, though.
Cold ice cream
ranch
flavored
dressing.
like ranch.
Apparently there's like an oniony smell to it.
I mean, are you supposed to eat it with like
but like People
Pie
Magazine did
or-
a story on it. They said if you have to love ranch. If you love ranch, you might like it. Like it wasn't as bad tasting as they expected.
We just talked about savory pies. So Ben, you like a lot more
Right.
savory pies than I do.
I do. But would I have a chicken pot pie with a scoop of ranch ice cream
for dessert?
No, like on top
On
of
top.
it. Is that what are you supposed to eat it with? I mean, would you make a hot fudge sundae out there with
Do you
ranch?
Do you like
Do you like hot fudge sundaes?
Yeah, but not with
ranch ice
Not with
cream. I
ranch
mean,
ice
do you put chocolate sauce and sprinkles on it? Because that doesn't feel like it would go.
Where's it at?
Walmart.
There is a Walmart nearby.
When is it available?
Next Monday.
Next Monday.
All right, we'll try it.
We'll try it Tuesday morning.
Tuesday morning. Yeah. If there's not a massive run on it.
We'll have to go get it Monday.
go get
What
it
are the
Monday.
herbs in ranch dressing? Dill.
Love
Going,
that. Dill.
Dill ice cream.
I call both my kids dill holes. And I still don't know what it means, but it makes me laugh every time. Dill. Well, it's
Paragon.
secret. Hidden Valley Ranch doesn't want you to
Secret
know.
herb. No,
Yeah,
that's
it's
Kentucky Fried Chicken
that
with
too.
secret herbs.
Why
and
does everyone
spices.
want to hide their herbs from everyone? No. You can't know what my herbs are. All right, we'll try it. If I tried the peanut butter barbecue sandwich, peanut butter cup,
You liked that.
it had,
Reese's peanut butter cups on a barbecue sandwich.
and it had bacon bits on it. It's like the greatest sandwich ever made. And if
that was at the Kansas City Royals game.
bro, I'm not kidding you when I tell you it's the most decadent. Like it's
I would
probably
try that
Oh,
100 times over 100.
It's so
Instead of a
effing good. I can't even
ranch
describe
ice
to you
cream.
how
Should
good
it go with ranch ice cream? Kind of a mixture of sweet and savory.
would not be bad. I
Peanut
want to try
butter
it. I will
cup
try it.
sandwich with barbecue with
Well,
ranch
now that-
ice cream.
I feel like now that we have the YouTube feed and you guys can go subscribe and follow on YouTube if you want.
Smash that like button.
Smash that subscribe button and that like button. We can do a lot more stuff like that.
Got some Fernando Tatis Jr. news for you. We will get to that when we come back. And then Sammy Spring Training will check in from Peoria. So lots of Padres still coming up in our final hour of Ben and Woods. We'll be right back after a check of traffic here on 97.3 The Fan.
Just realized, Ben, that I think we've lost some audience today because they're all watching the WBC, which there was a game on this morning, and apparently it's right behind me. I didn't even know you guys have you guys been watching this behind my back? Literally,
it just started a few minutes ago.
Did
I
it?
think I didn't notice in the last segment, but yeah, it is underway. Dominican Republic leading Nicaragua 1-0, almost a must-win game for the DR. Nicaragua is 0-2 at the bottom of the pool. If the DR lost, they would be in last place in their pool at 0-2 after the opening loss to Venezuela.
Come on back. Ha-Seong Kim is coming back home.
Yes, even though Korea won 22-2 in a mercy rule game over China, they finished 2-2 behind 4-0 Japan and 3-1 Australia in Pool B. So Cuba, Italy, Japan, and Australia, half of your quarterfinalists on their way to the United States for the knockout round of the World Baseball Classic. Pool C and D just getting underway, 1 or 2 games each so far. So we'll have next 3 days, we'll wrap up Pool C and D, including the United States and the Dominican Republic and players playing in Arizona and Miami.
Okay. I guess, how did we score? I think Soto was on
We.
base.
It's not we, it's the Dominican Republic.
Oh, that's who I'm.
You may be rooting for them, but it's not your team.
Well, I mean, Juan Soto and Manny Machado are on it.
You're cheering for your players, but it's not your team.
Because I'm not Dominican.
Yes, you're not Dominican. You're American.
Yeah, but I'm rooting for those guys.
That's fine.
I think also if they lost, I wouldn't be terribly upset because that means they're coming home. Xander Bogaerts coming home. Ha-Seong Kim coming home.
Rafael Devers doubled. Juan Soto scores.
Soto's been looking pretty
He singled to lead off the game and came around to score on the Devers double.
Leadoff hitter Juan Soto.
Yeah, he's leading off today.
Like it.
With Julio Rodriguez batting second, Manny Machado third, Rafael Devers fourth. That's a lineup that could rival the Padres top 4. Well, it is half of the Padres top 4 right there.
Yes.
Trading out Fernando for Julio Rodriguez and trading out Bogaerts for Devers. Very similar, actually.
Pretty solid, fellas. Something to be excited about here. In how many days? 17 days?
17 days from opening.
Oh, my God. Really, Christian Javier on the mound. He is really, really good. Yeah, so you wanted to talk about Fernando Tatis Jr.
Well, we just saw, there was a momentary panic yesterday when he was originally listed in the Padres lineup for the game against the A's in Mesa, and then they announced, I guess, down there at Hohokam Stadium, Fernando Tatis Jr. scratched from the lineup, and everyone going, oh no, what happened? We found out a few minutes later that he had a knee contusion. Mike Clevenger tried to pick him off after that first single, and as he dove back, Clevenger drilled him in the left knee. So probably just kind of black and blue, and wanted to keep him out of the lineup, but it was more precautionary. And Bob Melvin actually said, we actually decided yesterday we weren't going to have him in there, but no one changed the original lineup, so we didn't really scratch him. He just wasn't there in the first place. It was just a miscommunication. He is, though, back in the lineup today, designated hitter against the Giants at the Peoria Sports Complex at 1:10. So, as Bob Melvin said, it was just a one-day precautionary thing.
Well, to peel the curtain back a little bit on the Ben and Woods program, when the news came out, Dennis Lynn had sent the tweet, and it made me very nervous because it said, no reason given. And in my mind, again, I was like, oh, cool. He was drag racing in Mesa or something. My mind went there. Ben writes us back and goes, well, it's pretty far to Hohokam. Maybe he just didn't want to make the hour-long drive. Can you imagine?
It's a trip.
Fernando, you're in the lineup today. No, I don't want to make the drive. Well, all right, then just stay here and hit off the tee.
Yeah.
Ben is the
But why would you get all weirded out with no reason given?
Because that freaks me out.
But that's, until you find out the reason, there hasn't been a reason.
It's usually when someone's scratched is, Fernando Tatis Jr. has been scratched with lower back tightness. So-and-so has been scratched with a bulky ankle. Yesterday was it was just ominous. There's an ominous feeling. There's like a little bit of PTSD that goes along with Fernando Tatis Jr.
Every
right
move usually starts with no reason given. And then the reason comes. Sometimes it's 10 minutes later. Sometimes it's an hour. Sometimes it's 5 hours later, and you find out the reason.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't find out until after the game. You talk to Melvin because they don't make an announcement. So you go, hey, why wasn't Fernando in the game? Oh yeah, he just took
He
the
didn't
ball.
want to make. He didn't want to make the drive.
Yeah, no, we just wanted to keep him back there to work in the. It could be anything. Don't get all spun out by no news. No news is not good news. No news is not bad news. No news is no news.
If it were Matt Carpenter is out of the lineup today, no reason given, I look at it and go, all right. Fernando Tatis Jr. is different.
Now, if it's like game 1 of the National League Championship Series, yes, you get really, really worried about that. But in a spring training game, you really don't think about it too much.
Dude, it's pins and needles. Pins and needles, needles and pins for the entirety of this kid's
All right,
career.
why don't we take a timeout? We'll come back. We'll check in with Sammy spring training. He may have more on Fernando and what's been going on with the Padres in Peoria. And then we have some audio from the Oscars last night if we have time for it. Haven't talked about the golf yesterday. It was quite the performance by Scotty Scheffler at the Players Championship. So lots to still get to and just one segment to go with Ben and Woods. Stick around on San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan. This hour 97.3 The Fan is brought to you by Bob's Discount Furniture, home of the world-famous Bob Orthopedic mattresses, with all the comfort and quality of a national mattress brand for half the price. No matter your budget, there is a Bob Orthopedic Memory Foam Hybrid or Hybrid Plus mattress for you. Check them out at mybobs.com. We are standing by to head out to Peoria, Arizona once again for Sammy Spring Training after our last check of traffic here on 97.3 The Fan.
From the premier Buick GMC of Carlsbad Traffic Center, part of the Premier Auto Family, here's Kelly Denick.
Traffic is sponsored by your local San Diego County, the UPS store. Still clearing a crash out of Hillcrest on the northbound side of the 163. This is right before the 8. It's got the right lane blocked, so just watch out for a little slow traffic there and move over a lane if it's safe to do so. Let's give them some space. And reports of a ladder in the HOV lane, northbound side of the 15 before West Bernardo. Your local San Diego County, the UPS store locations are hosting a shred event from March 20th through March 25th. 50% off shredding services. Visit theupsstore.com for the location nearest you. See store for details. I'm Kelly Donick with Ben & Woods, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, as we've done every day this spring training, every weekday at least, let's go out to our premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad fan hotline. Our man on the spring scene. Uh-oh. Sammy Levitt is out there. Sammy
again.
Spring Training. I know.
Sammy Spring Training.
Good morning.
Hi,
I wasn't sure when I was supposed to enter the conversation.
Just
there. Good morning,
it's
guys.
fine. Good morning.
Happy Monday.
I was trying to
Sorry
get
about
fancy.
him, Sam.
The man on the spring scene.
He's taking a vacation in 10 days, and he's already there in his mind.
But I'm trying too hard. That's the problem. It's not that I'm not trying hard enough. I'm trying too hard.
He's trying to be fancy.
Here he is, Sam Levitt. Good morning. Very simple.
Sammy, you were at the game last night, USA Mexico. Is that right?
I did. I stayed for a few innings. It was a great atmosphere, watching and seeing all the Mexico and USA fans. It was pretty cool. I got there just in time to go down on the field for a few minutes, and it was a very cool atmosphere. Obviously, not a great game for the USA, but it was really a cool experience. I'm happy I made the trip to Phoenix and went to check it out. It was neat.
I heard reports it was like 80-20 fans in favor of Mexico at the game. Now, was that just because they had more to cheer about, or did you really feel like that was the case?
I gotta be honest. I don't know if it was 80-20. I felt like there were more Mexico fans there. They were certainly louder and certainly had more to cheer about. You're right about that. But I felt like even without that, just on the introductions, I agree. I don't know 80-20. I think that might be a little bit much, but could it have been 60-40, 65-35? I think so. I agree with that. I felt like there were more fans of Team Mexico there. Yeah.
All right. Well, we just talked about Fernando Tatis Jr. missing the game yesterday, but he's back in the lineup today as the designated hitter. Got his first hits over the weekend. Everyone breathing a sigh of relief, other than Fernando, who was a little snarky, actually. I felt like it was directed kind of at me just because I've been talking about it.
Yeah, I bet it was directed at you.
Yeah.
He's probably sitting there thinking of, that Ben Higgins. No, I mean, look, he was hitting on the field this morning. Looked good to me. Ryan Flaherty watching him, and he was hitting with Rougned Odor. Luis Campusano was there as well, taking some individual batting practice. Looked good back in the lineup today. And by the way, there was just some misunderstanding yesterday. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but essentially he was never in the lineup yesterday. It was a late scratch to us information-wise, but Bob Melvin explained after the game that he was actually never in the lineup and just dealing with a bruise on that left knee from the pickoff throw the day before. So I don't think any big deal back in the lineup today. And you're right. You would love to see him have continued offensive success. Would be nice.
Now, I had completely talking to Sammy Spring Training here on Ben & Woods this morning. I had I guess it had just escaped my mind that I'm like, I haven't seen Luis Campusano in a game in a while. And I guess he was dealing with, was it a hamstring or a quad or something, Sammy?
Yeah, hamstring, but he will likely be back in the lineup on Wednesday.
Okay.
So game today, day off Tuesday, likely he plays on Wednesday. if you guys will give me a minute here, there was a good amount of information from the media scrum with Bob Melvin about 10 minutes ago. So I'll run down what I know here on a number of different fronts. Adrian Morahone, he's seeing doctors today. Sounds like he's going to have an MRI on Wednesday. The good news is that he doesn't feel worse, having some discomfort apparently in the back of the elbow, which is what we heard yesterday, just above the elbow. MRI Wednesday, and I'm sure we'll know more after that. Xander Bogaerts is on his way back after Team Netherlands got knocked out of the WBC. He will be landing tonight. Seems like there's a chance he could play on Wednesday as well. Other updates: Drew Pomerantz. He's throwing a simulated game Thursday. Sounds like the next step after that, if all goes well, would be to have Pomerantz in a Cactus League game after that. So sim game for Pomerantz Thursday. Joe Musgrove's throwing a bullpen today, so that's another step. He threw a bullpen the other day. He's going to throw another today, so that's another good step for him. And then there was a really interesting little piece of information at the end of Bob Melvin talking, where you look at the calendar for Yu Darvish. If Team Japan were to pitch or were to go to the finals of the World Baseball Classic, the championship game, it's March 21st. And you think about the timeline of that, when the Cactus League season is over on the 27th, there's a possibility that Yu Darvish will not pitch in a Cactus League game. And the first time we see him this year will be in the regular season, which is pretty wild to think about. Now, with somebody like you probably don't worry much about him, but, let's say was Yu Darvish as your opening day starter, there is apparently, and it makes sense. Just look at the dates and the travel. I mean, think about it. There's a chance that, if he were to start opening day or whenever in that first series, that his first appearance of the year in a Padres uniform will actually be in games that matter. So that was a little tidbit today as well.
Also could mean if they decide to push him back a couple of days, and if Musgrove is still hurt, it could open the door to someone else being the opening day starter, a Blake Snell or a Nick Martinez, or not sure what direction Bob Melvin is going to go. We're talking with Sammy Spring Training. I know you talked to Craig Stammen. That must have been a difficult conversation based on what he's saying about his shoulder, that it looks like potentially likely his career is over. What was that conversation like?
Yeah, look, I've talked with Craig enough now to know his demeanor. He was the same guy that you guys know. I mean, extremely professional, extremely appreciative. He did not say the words, "I'm retiring," much like, he didn't say it in the San Diego Union Tribune piece a couple of days ago. He did not say those words. He's not completely shutting the door, but he did say, it's unlikely he pitches again. I think there is certainly a sense of reality of what this means due to the injuries, due to the rehab, due to his age. It sounds like, though, he wants to go through the rehab process to get himself healthy again, and maybe that's when there will be some finality to a decision. So, look, I think at this point, his career, yes, is probably over. He seems to be at peace with that right now. He hasn't officially said it. I think he's going to go through the rehab, see what happens. But yeah, obviously, just tough on a number of fronts. Anytime you hear those words, it's hard. But also, he was feeling really good. We talked about it on Friday. Right? He was feeling really good. He was pitching well, and there was this glimmer of hope that maybe he could contribute to this team this year. But obviously, that's not going to happen. So, look, he's been nothing but nice to me and the rest of the media here. And honestly, after he spoke to us, he even thanked us. I mean, just classic Craig Stammen, professional. And if this is it for Craig, what a nice long career he's had, and certainly wish him the best in the next chapter. But we don't have that finality today, but certainly point in that direction.
Well, a couple guys making a really, really nice case for themselves. Jay Groom, Sammy, and Seth Lugo, I think are a couple of guys that you look at and say, yeah, these guys are going to be part of this team, obviously barring injury or anything like that. Talk to us a little bit about. Did you have a conversation with Lugo after his start?
Yeah, I talked to both to both Lugo and Groom after their starts this weekend. I'll start with Lugo. I mean, look, he's been very effective. He's learning a new slider, which he, feels good about. I think it's still a process of feeling that out. He's a guy who throws a lot of pitches, but the bottom line is he seems confident in where he's at with his stuff, and the results have been there. So really, to me, it's been kind of an uneventful spring for Seth Lugo. I mean, he looks good, feels good, says everything feels good, and certainly you hope that rings true in the regular season. So that's pretty much it with Lugo. Look, with Jay Groom, guys, this is becoming a very, very interesting spring for him. The results continue to be there. He's got 10 2/3 scoreless innings under his belt here in Cactus League action. His stuff is good. He's, working on a changeup that he threw more the other day. The cool thing about the start in Surprise against the Royals was that he did run into trouble a couple of times, and he had to find that extra gear to get out of it. And I'll tell you what, again, I said it to you guys, I think last week when Bob Melvin talks about him. I mean, you can just see there's an impressiveness that the Padres are seeing. And the other interesting part about it is that it really does seem like there's a chance, even if he's not a starter at the beginning of the year, that he could find his way into this bullpen as a long man. So he's turning a lot of heads. And I spoke to him for the first time after that start in Surprise. I to be honest, had not really spoken to him at length before. I came away really impressed with him. I think he's got a really good head on his shoulders. He really understood, it seems like, what this spring training camp meant for him, and he had a real opportunity as a guy with a new team coming off the Hosmer trade, a first-round pick. He had a real opportunity to turn some heads, and I think Jay Groom is doing that. I think it is a very realistic possibility that Groom is on this roster as a long man, even out of the bullpen. So credit to him. He's done a great job. He's going to have at least a few more outings here to continue to prove what he can do. But he's been one of the real stories here and one of the real notable names. And I've been impressed with what he did, on the mound, and also just hearing him speak after and understand the opportunity here was pretty interesting.
I think everyone can appreciate, no matter what you do, the opportunity of a fresh start. Just, a clean slate somewhere else. And Jay
I'm looking
Groom
forward to mine.
Seems to be taking advantage of that. Sammy, day off tomorrow. We'll see what happens today. But I am curious about Cactus League MVP candidate Tim Lopes.
Good Lord.
And finding out more about that guy, because he just seems to be hitting the ball all over the place. But otherwise, enjoy the Padres day off tomorrow. Game against the Giants today first, though, and we'll catch up with you again soon.
You guys have no idea. I am looking forward to that off day tomorrow. I am so ready. And by the way, how about this? Off day tomorrow, night game Wednesday.
Yeah.
How about that?
Buddy.
Love that.
You are
you can try to come back to San Diego for a hot minute if you wanted.
Keep it clean. Don't get too hammered out there. Okay. They're cowboys out there. Be careful. All right.
All right, guys.
All right,
Thanks.
pal.
Sammy Spring Training and our Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad fan hotline. Save money the right way with Premier Chevrolet of Carlsbad. Visit them today in the Carlsbad Auto Mall. Chevrolet, find new
Always
roads.
trying to arrest somebody out in Arizona. Always. They'll get you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You say that like.
Well, yeah, you got caught twice by a non-moving, a robotic officer.
Yeah. I mean, they'll just get you for everything. I've paid a lot of money into the Arizona system. So, Sammy, be careful.
They love you.
Keep your wits about you out in Arizona. You end up in Tent City. Wouldn't that be a plot twist? From Sammy Spring Training ends up in Tent City.
That would be a plot twist.
Yeah.
Anyone watch the Oscars last night? They were on Channel 10, so I kind of had to watch a little bit. Jimmy Kimmel
had the
hosting.
It was on in my house. I paid attention for the first half hour.
It was good. It was fine. I mean, I thought the monologue is, as usual, highs and lows, but he did deal with the aftermath of last year's.
Of course.
Chris Rock, Will Smith.
I saw he did a report, an interview last week, and they asked him, "Oh, are you going to bring up the slap?" And he goes, "It would be stupid not to."
You have to.
It's like the easiest piece of low-hanging fruit that a human being has ever grabbed off of a tree is that incident.
Yeah. So,
It's a
I mean, you
no-brainer.
can't host the Oscars and then just not mention it at all. So, he obviously dove in. We have some audio here. Okay.
We know this is a special night for you. We want you to have fun. We want you to feel safe. And most importantly, we want me to feel safe. So we have strict policies in place. If anyone in this theater commits an act of violence at any point during the show, you will be awarded the Oscar for Best Actor and permitted to give a 19-minute long speech. No, but seriously, the Academy has a crisis team in place. If anything unpredictable or violent happens during the ceremony, just do what you did last year. Nothing. Sit there and do absolutely nothing.
Not bad at all. From Jimmy, I had the movie that cleaned up is I haven't seen it yet. I'd like to. Have you?
I haven't seen it. My wife saw it. She
not?
said it's one of the greatest
Everything
movies she's
everywhere
ever seen.
all at once.
Yeah.
With stars including the kid from Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, Ke Huy Quan. Won Best Supporting Actor in that movie.
They won 7 out of, I think they were nominated for 11.
I think it was the most ever. They call them the above the line Oscars because it won Picture, Director, Supporting Actor, Supporting Actress. I mean, like more than any movie had ever won the above the line Oscars last night. So they really cleaned up. I thought Ke Huy Quan's speech, I did see that one, was very touching. Talked about how he came over like on a boat as a refugee and now living the American dream. He's an Oscar winner at this point. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I didn't see one single.
You missed Lady Gaga. You would have loved Lady
Gaga.
Gaga.
I missed
she,
all of it.
She sang the song from Top Gun Maverick. It was really, really good.
Hold my hand. Everything'll be okay. I heard from the heavens that clouds have been gray. Pull me close, wrap me in your aching arms. I see that you're hurting. Why you take so long to tell me you need me? I see that you're bleeding. You don't need to show me again.
I mean, you know how everyone goes over the top on Oscars? She was very plain,
understated.
like not made up at all. It was very powerful.
When you have pipes like that, you could wear a sack out on stage and captivate an audience. That's just how good she is at what she does.
So cry.
Any other things of note?
Let's see. Brendan Fraser won
For The
Best
Whale.
Actor for The Whale.
Have not seen it.
I think Jimmy Kimmel mentioned that he and Ke Huy Quan were in Encino Man together, and now we're both nominated. Like whatever,
that
25
right?
years later, he said, "Pauly Shore, where are you?"
I would bet.
Very jealous back at home.
I would bet he doesn't make an appearance for Best Actor. I need to see that movie. It's hard. Movies are just hard these days.
Harrison Ford gave out the Best Picture. He was very wooden and reading the cue cards and the teleprompters.
He's a gruff old
He's
dude.
like 80.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got another Indiana Jones movie coming out
He sure
as well.
does, which is amazing to me.
Keep on collecting those checks.
Just keep just piling them up.
What do you need at this point? Just retire and enjoy it. I guess he likes making movies.
It's the creative process, man. That's what he likes to do. All
Little
right.
Oscars talk to wrap things up. All right, good first show of the week.
Really good.
We got still plenty. I think we still left over for tomorrow, though. So
Yep.
Tuesday should be a good program as well. We will be back at 6 a.m. Until then, have a great rest of your Monday. For Paul Reindl, for Stephen Woods, I'm Ben Higgins. Coach coming up next right here on San Diego's #1 sports station, home of the Padres, 97.3 The Fan. Have a good one.